folder. Let's open it in Visual Studio Code. So write code dot and that folder name will be JS and JavaScript. Simple. Or we can write JavaScript. Inside this folder, I will create one file. So basically, to run JavaScript, we have many different ways to run the JavaScript file. One is I can use HTML. So for example, let me show you first way. I can create just one file here, index.html. I am just going to create one normal index file, and in this one I'll write HTML related tags, HTML. Then inside HTML we have, and then inside head we have title, and in title we can simply write JavaScript web page. Now inside head itself we can include here one more thing which is called a script, right? You can see here we have a script. So now in this script we can write our JavaScript, right? So we have one way is we can create HTML file, and inside this HTML file we can include, so I can write here, let's say document.write, and here I'll write welcome to JavaScript. Semicolon you can put, but this is optional. If you want you can put, else this is optional. And now to run it, I'll simply go to the folder. Here we have JavaScript folder. I can double click on it. Now you can see this is coming from JavaScript. So if I will go and see the inspect, and in this inspect we have head, and then we have written here a script, welcome to JavaScript. So this one is written inside, this text is written inside a script, and once you will run it will be added into body part. You can see body, and then that data will show. So we have one way is I can write here directly. This is internal JavaScript. What we can do, another thing is we can create here one JavaScript file, external JavaScript file. I'll say script.js. The only thing is you should keep extension is .js, and then the same thing, whatever thing you have written here you can add here, right? So suppose I'll just write here this one, welcome to JavaScript. And what we can do, we can, although this is external, so we can add here through file. So we can write, instead of writing this one, let me make it comment. You can write here a script and then src, and here you can mention the file script.js, and then you have to tell type equal to, and in type basically you can write text and then JavaScript. So basically you have two ways to do this. One is directly you can write in external file and do this thing. Now let me try here, and if I will run again, you can see it's coming like this. But if you will see now, we have commented a script tag itself and internal script, but we have added here external script. So this is another way to run JavaScript. So we have two ways. I mean, we have a one way is I can directly write JavaScript code here. One more way is I can do JavaScript in external file. Now let's see about the third way. So suppose third way is you can just open, right click it and go to inspect element. And once you go inspect element, you will see here we have console. You can see this console. Click on it, and here also you can write. But just to test it, suppose if I just want here document, you have to write complete document, or just click here tab document.write. So I'll just select it and press tab, and here whatever thing I want I can write. Suppose I want welcome, and then enter. So if you will see, this welcome is showing here. Although if you just want to print here only, then what you can do, you can write here console.log. It's just a println. You can use single quote and double quote. Also, I'll say welcome. You can see here it will print welcome. So console.log will print only in console. But if you write document.write, it will print here in the main window. So this is third way to execute JavaScript. You can write complete JavaScript here also. Correct? So you have to go to the console, and then in console you will see automatically these things. Let's say I'll just clean it. You will see like this. Just right click here and start writing your codes. For example, let's say I'll say let x equal to 5. Then I'll say console.log x. You can see it is printing here 5. That means whatever code you will write here, it will be available in this console. You can use it. Same thing you can do here in a script file. Same thing you can do in this external JavaScript file. So as of now, we have seen 3 ways to execute JavaScript. One is internal JS. Another one is external JS, where we write in different file. And then third way is console, right? We can write directly in console. And then fourth way is we can use Node.js. Right? So fourth one is we can use Node.js, and using Node.js we can execute. So Node.js is nothing but engine, right? So we have currently we are using browser to execute our JavaScript. But if you use Node.js, then Node.js is complete engine which is using Chrome V8 version 8 engine, and directly you can run. In this case, you don't need to go to the browser. If you use Node.js, then you don't need to go to the browser. You can directly run from here only. Even you can directly run from command prompt. So for that, also to check that, what we have to do, we have to install Node.js in our system. So you have to write Node.js, download. And this Node.js is very important if you are a front-end developer, especially if you want to work on AngularJS, React.js, or any kind of JS, or create a Node.js thing. You need this Node.js. You can say this is JavaScript compiler. So just click on Node.js, and after that, if you have Windows system, just click on window and it will be start downloading. And after that, you have to click on it and then just follow the instruction. So I am just going to install, as this is also required for our next assignment. So I'm just going to click next, 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 and it will be automatically installed in our system. So first time it takes time since we are installing Node.js. Okay, so now I'll just click finish. Basically, Node.js is installed in our system. What we can do, we can check whether Node.js is installed or not. So I will just go and open command prompt cmd, and here I will write node space -v. It should give the correct version. Node space -v we should use. So what we have to do, first step is install Node.js, then verify. To verify, we have to perform cmd. We have to go in cmd and write first command node-v, and then second command also we have to do is npm-v. These two things will be automatically installed. So if I write here npm-v, you will see here that node package manager will be installed. Yeah, you can see it is saying 9.5.1. Once you install, it will be installed together. Now the whatever thing we have run, we have executed, right? So far we have seen that we created different file and then running it. In this file we can include here the same thing. Now we can run through command. So what I can do, I can open this folder here and then I can run it. So this is available in desktop. So I'll write cd desktop, then cd UI, cd project, and then inside project, if I will write dir, you can see we have JavaScript folder, cd JavaScript, and then if I'll do again dir, you can see we have a script.js file. Now to run through Node.js, you can directly run this JavaScript file. And if you are not using this JavaScript file in HTML, then you cannot run without Node.js. For example, I can double click on index file, which will open, and internally it is calling a script file. But I cannot run directly a script file. So if I will double click here, it will say something like that, right? So document is undefined, something like that. Now to run directly this script file, we need Node.js. And to run Node.js, we have opened this particular folder here. And then what I will write node space script.js. Node space script.js, click enter. So now this one will run, although this document itself is for browser, right? So browser related things. So what we have to do here, instead of document, what I will write, console.log. Console.log. Gradually you will learn about this. So if I'll do this thing, console.log, this one will work for index also, and everywhere it will work. Only difference is console.log print data in console. So if I will refresh it and run it again, now you can see it's not printing anything here, but it's printing in console, welcome to JavaScript, right? Because we have written here console.log welcome to JavaScript. That means this output will print in console, right? This output will print in console. Now the same thing, if I will try through Node.js, you can see node script.js, it is printing welcome to JavaScript. So there are many different ways to use JavaScript, and JavaScript is basically a programming language, correct? So if you are working with HTML and if you have done some mistake, right, then HTML will not give you any error or anything. But if you are using JavaScript, since this is a scripting language, or we can say it's a language, so you can write here completely. Yeah? So what I will do, the same thing I will run here. So I can click on terminal. You can see terminal. Click here, click on new terminal. So now I can directly run from here. So you can see it's by default opening our project. So I will go inside cd JavaScript. And then if I want to run this script file, I'll just write node script.js. You can see I'm getting output. Welcome to JavaScript. Right. So and also one more thing, you can see by default it is selected here PowerShell. If you want to change, you can change from here also. So we have these different terminals. So you can use command prompt, cmd, git bash, or these things. So you can change to command prompt also. It will now look like exactly the same thing. JavaScript, and to run it, you can write node script.js. Everything is same. Just if you will see in PowerShell, it will return like PS and then this thing. So everything is same. Just you need to write. So now here, what we can do, we'll write our code in a script file, and then we can see output here. So our focus should be on JavaScript, especially, right? So we need to learn about the major functionality, since first time we are going to start. So we'll see how it works actually. So suppose now what we can do, here, since our focus to learn JavaScript is that going forward, this one will help us in Angular project, right? Although whenever we work with Angular, we have one more language which is called TypeScript, right? But JavaScript is common, right? JavaScript is basic language that everyone should know. So here, what I'll do, let me create here, start with variables. So in JavaScript, we have seen how to run it. The second step is variables. So now in JavaScript, we can declare variable using var keyword. So we can say var x equal to 5. Then if you just want to print it, I'll say console.log and then I'll say x. Correct? So I just wanted to see what is the value available inside x. So I am just writing it, and then what I'll do, so open and run. You can see it is saying 5. That means we have said here x equal to 5, and in memory one variable created x and value assigned it 5. The question here is, in JavaScript, type is already type, especially if you work with any other language like Java or .NET or any other language, you have to especially tell, okay, this is int x equal to something. But here we don't have that. You have only var, and then in latest ECMAScript ES5 included one more thing that is called let. You can write let also, let x equal y equal to 6. So you have two keyword to declare variable. One is var and another one is let. So you can do the same thing, space, and then I just wanted to show you x and y. Now if you run, you will see same out. There is no change. You will not see what is the difference between var and let right now. But I'll explain later what is the difference. But right now what I am trying to explain is to declare any variable, you can use var. Now I have created a variable. But JavaScript is so intelligent that it will automatically identify what kind of data available here. So JavaScript will automatically tell what kind of data available here. For example, right now we have written int x equal to 5, and once I am printing x, it is saying 5. But if I wanted to see the exact type, then I can say type of. Type of. So we have type of operator. Let me see. The type of operator will say that what kind of value available here, what kind of data available in this one, what is the data type of this value. So here it is saying it's a number type. Now suppose in this one I'll change it and I'll say hi. Everything is same, right? Just I have changed the value to a string type. Now if I will run, you can see I'm getting output as a string. Correct? So this is how we can change. As per your requirement, you can change it. And it will automatically identify that x. And now let's say if I will write here 5.5, save it, and then if I will run, you can see it is saying number. So here in JavaScript, whether you use integer or any floating number, it is only number. Correct? And in our browser, Visual Studio Code, we have one setting. You can go into file and then click on auto save. Yeah, this option is not enabled by default. You can click on this auto save. That means you can just write anything. Suppose I'll write here 6. I'm not saving anything, right? Just I'm going to run it. So it should work without any saving. I'm just trying to run it. You can see. So auto save means whatever thing you will write, it will automatically save. You don't need to save every time. That is auto save. Correct. So in data types, basically we have we don't need to declare it, but internally it will automatically assign. Suppose if you write here data type, or let's say true and false, Boolean type data, and if I will run it, you will see that what it is saying Boolean. So basically in JavaScript we have data types, right? So I'll say data types. So basically we have primitive and non-primitive data types. Yes. Although same thing you can do here also in HTML, right? A script, inside a script you can do the same thing. Or just go to this one. Everything is there. So yeah, so what I'm trying to explain, in JavaScript we have basically data types. So data types is two types. One is primitive data type, and then another one is non-primitive data type. Non-primitive data types. In primitive data type we have basically three types. One is a string type, then another one is number type, and then Boolean type. A string, number, and Boolean. Now rest are non-primitive. For example, array, object, these arrays, right? We will use array, objects, right? These things, it is non-primitive means not fixed size or not already defined. That is called non-primitive. Primitive is fixed size and it is already available, already defined. So JavaScript will automatically identify whether it is primitive data type or non-primitive. So if you have written here true, it is saying this is Boolean type. And just to check, you have to use type of operator. Correct? You have to use type of. I hope you are able to get this, right? Data type. So in data type, suppose you can write here many different variables. So let's say first one is x1, and I'll say let's say x2 equal to, I'll write here, right? So this one is another variable, and if I just wanted to check, I wanted to check here on it a string. Similarly, if you create any other variable, let's say I'll say x3, and I'll write here some number, right? So I'll say some number and wanted to check. So what will happen? It will say as number. It is saying this is a number. This is data type that we have seen, right? Different types of data. And you can create many different file also. So for example, I can rename it and I'll say this is data type. So I'll just go here and say rename, and I'll say data type, data types. Now to run it, since a script file is not available, so I have to say data type JS. You can see we have different data types. Although the same file I have to include here since a script is not available, right? For now, I'll just do this one. It's not needed, right? Since I'm using Node.js, so only JS file is needed. Now, data type we have seen. I want to one more thing I wanted to show, that is variables. So let's say I'll say variables.js, and in these variables, I wanted to show you. For example, I'm saying we can use var, right? Where x equal to something, yeah. Now here, instead of x, what all things you can use? So in JavaScript, it is saying variable name. So here, okay, and this is comment line, single comment, and here this one is multi-comment. So you have two ways to declare comment line. One is single line. You can write here whatever thing you want. This is comment line, right? And then you have multi-line. In multi-line, you can write multiple lines together. So I'm saying in JavaScript variables, right? Variables declaration. So variable should start with, this variable should start with, you know, A to Z, right? Anything A to Z, a small letter, or maybe you can, I mean, it should start with alphabets. I can simply say alphabets. It should start with alphabets, or what we say, underscore, yes, it should start with underscore, or it can start with dollar. Uh, dollar. So any variable can start with either alphabet or underscore or dollar. So only two special character is allowed, which is underscore and dollar. So now suppose I am writing here int abc, which will work because it is starting with a. Suppose I'll write here one more variable, and semicolon is not required. If you want, you can put as this is fine, right? If you want, you can put. Now suppose I'll write here 1, right? So you will see that it will give us error that identifier cannot immediately start with numeric literals. So you cannot start with number. As per rule, it is saying it should start with alphabet or underscore. So let's say this one will not work, right? So I'll just make it comment. Now let me try another one. So suppose if I have here this one and I wanted to start with underscore, right? So let's say this is a simple a, yeah. So it will work where $b equal to some value. It will also work. But apart from this, if I try to use AND operator and b equal to something, yeah, fine, it will give us error. Here we can see that variable in JavaScript will start with alphabets or underscore or dollar. Only these things allowed. It is only saying for first character, right? So you can see it will not work. But if I use let's say hash later, right? Although this is also not allowed because it's a special symbol, right? But after b I can write here 1 2 3, right? This will work. But I cannot start with number, right? I cannot start with number. So I cannot write 1 2 3 and this one. It will not. So this is variable type. I mean how we can declare variables. Then here in variables itself, we have, since we have created variables, so we need to see the scope, right? So whenever we work with variables, we have a scope, and that scope is basically so for that we need to understand about where and let, right? So difference between where and let is let me create one more file and I'll say and let.js. Any name you can put, right? Just I'm trying to explain, right? Even if you want, you can put something else. So in where and let, what I'm trying to explain, the use of this is also very important for interview purpose. What is the difference between where versus let? So first thing is where, where is legacy one. When JavaScript started, since then where we have. Let introduced in I guess 2015 with ECMAScript 5, ES5. So we have one more thing which is let. So let is scoped at a block level, right? So suppose if you write here, we have some block, right? Let's say I'll just start writing here, let x equal to 5, right? And if I will do console.log x, save it. And if I will go here and say where and let.js node, this one, you can see I am getting here 5. What I'm trying to explain right now, if you write without braces also, then also you will see the same output file. Now why I have added here is braces is just wanted to show you the scope of this where. If you have written inside the curly braces, the scope is limited to this one only. So after block this, if I will try to print X value, it will not work. You can see what it is saying. X is undefined. Correct? Because let says that let it will access, give you access only to block level. You cannot access outside of the block. Correct? This is one example that you cannot access, not I'll say accessible. Correct? X is not accessible in case of this one. Another example is, if I'll say we have created here let I equal to suppose 0, and then I am saying for, and inside this I am again using for, and then here we have let I equal to 0, and then I is less than 10, and then I plus plus. So you can use complete for loop, right? And I'll do whatever thing you wanted to do, right? Inside this for loop. For example, I am saying console.log, and I am just going to print this I. Now after for loop, I also wanted to check the value of I. So I'll just write console.log and then say I. Although we will get error here, but I wanted to see if we get error, then next code will execute or not. Since we get error at this line only, right? So it will not go further. So we are getting error at line number 5. Here it is saying line number 5, and then text is 13 number. So we have this error. Correct? So we are not get, we will get error at this line. So what I'll do, I will just comment it like this way. Multi-line comment just to demonstrate it. Right? So we have one code is this and another one is this. Now what I am doing, I am starting with I equal to 0, and then I am increasing I value till 10. We can say less than 10. So here the last value that this one will print is 10, and then I am checking this value. We have although same variable, but I just wanted to see the final output. If you will see here, it started with 0, 1, 2, 3, right? It started with 0. This is printing because of this one. And the last value is 10. I is less than equal to 10. So now if I go, if I will, I'm trying to print the value of I outside this block, then ideally it should print 11. Right? Ideally this one should be print here 11, but it is saying 0 because here we have given 0. So suppose if I'll write here initially it's 100 or whatever value, right? So it will print 100 itself, because we have now in memory two variables. One is outer array, or we can say global variable I, and another one is local variable I, because we have written here let I equal to 0. So we have two variables in memory. One is I, which is global, and another one is I, which is local. And this local scope is only to this one. Correct? So if I will comment this line, then you will get error at this line. It will say this is not accessible. You can see I is undefined, but this I will, you will get after. Yeah, so it's saying at this time only that this I is not accessible. Hope you are able to get this. But the same thing, if I will change to where, right, then output will be different. So if I'll say where I, and here also if I'll say where I, initially I am saying where I equal to 100, and then I am increasing it. So let's put it first 0, and then we can see now. So now you can see the difference. It started with 0, and then it increased the value, and the last value is 11. Because this I is accessible here also. If I will say 100 or 1000, it doesn't matter. You will see the same output here, because this value will be overridden at this place. Everything is same, but output you can see is different. So most of the time, whenever we work with AngularJS or any JS file, right, JavaScript, you will see this problem, difference between where and let. So most of the time, whenever we work, we use let instead of where. Correct? So this is one example. Let me give you another example. Demonstrate the same. So suppose if I have here, I'll say where I equal to 5 and let j equal to 5. I have created two variables I and j. Here in this case, in memory, although we have created two different variables, where I and this one, but since where is global scope, whenever you will use where is not block level scope, but it's a global scope. So if you write where I equal to 100 and this one, then in memory it will be treated as only one variable I. So here I equal to 100, and then we are writing where I equal to 0. That means this 100 is overridden with 0 and it started with 0 and it is increasing here. And the last value is 11. I plus plus, so last value it printed 10, and then our for loop increased this value to 1, that is 11. So finally, once you print, you will see 11 here. Although we will discuss more on this for loop, right? But right now we can see that whatever value you will write here initially, inside loop you can modify it and the final output you will get. So in memory we have only one variable I. We don't have two variables. In case of let, we had two, but in case of where we have only one. So if I am trying to print here where I equal to 5 and let j equal to 5, and if I just wanted to see the output, right? So I'll say log I and then log log j. So I have created one initial one block, and inside this block we have where I equal to 5, and then I'm saying j equal to 5. Now you can tell me which one is accessible, which one is not accessible. We are using Node.js to execute. We are not directly using HTML. We are using Node.js. You can see our command node. So if you use Node.js, then you don't need HTML. You don't need anything. You can directly run it. Just create JavaScript file and write whatever thing you want. Correct? The only thing is the code that you will write, it should not be directly calling any browser thing. For example, document.write. So document is browser object. But here you can use console to print anything. It's simple println method that you see in C language. We have printf, right? So same thing here, we have console.log. And you don't need anything, just you can write code here directly. Even you can create anywhere, right? Suppose I'll just copy this file and put it anywhere. Let's say here in UI, I'll put it here and I can directly run this file. But how I will do? I will have to go to the command prompt. I will write node and then my file name, this one. And you can see I'm getting out. Since right now in our code we have written something which we need to explain. So here if you will see in our code, I have written I equal to 5 and j equal to 5. So if you will see where I is accessible, so if I will run here, you can see output that it is saying j is not accessible. Let j is not accessible because let scope is only to this curly braces, not outside. It is not accessible. Right? So this one we cannot access outside here. Not accessible outside. So I'll say J is not accessible and this one is accessible. This is one difference. Where is global scope and let is block scope. This thing you have to remember. Maybe you can open W3C, W3 school, and you will see here these all things are there, right? That we discussed here few things. For example, we have comments, right? How you can make comment line. So we have single line, you can do like this way, and then we have multi-line, which you can start with / string. So you can make it comment like this. And we have variable let. Yeah, we have one more thing which is called const, which we have not discussed. So we have one variable where, then let. We have one more thing which is called const. So let me just make it comment for now. So in case of const, you can declare variable with const also. So let's say const x equal to 5. And if you will just print here, console, you can directly write log and you will do x. So if you run, you will get proper output. There is no issue. You can see 5 is printing. The problem with const is if you define it, you cannot change. For example, I'll write here x equal to 10. This one will give error. Const says that whenever you declare variable, you cannot modify it. Assignment to const variable. The error is we are trying to assign new value, which is not accessible, which we cannot do. Correct? So here const means if you have created, this is constant, final. You cannot modify it. And modify the value, right? If you declare, you can't modify. Now, suppose here we have created where I equal to 5, and before going to print, I can say I equal to 10. If I will print, I will get output 10. Although we are getting error because of this line, so let me first comment it. And then if I will run, you can see I'm getting output 10. Because I have modified it. But in case of const, I cannot modify. So for the JavaScript, right, for the front-end developer, you should be master in a scripting language, right? And then we have next thing is operators that I need to discuss. So operator is, so here if you will see plus, right, whatever symbols you are using, this is called operator. So here plus is operator, equal to is operator. So JavaScript equal to is assignment operator, where you assign the value 10 to the variable x. We are just assigning it. Then we have addition, which you already know, right? If you want to just add two numbers, you can do it. 1 plus 2 or whatever thing, right? Multiplication. So basically, JavaScript operators we have like these all. Arithmetic operator, assignment, comparison, string, logical, bitwise, ternary, and type of operator. So we need to see these things, right? So let me just create here one more file which is called operators.js, and in this operator we can discuss those things, right? So this is the one benefit with Node.js, that you can create n number of JS file and then directly run it and see the output. Right? And yeah. So now if I need to check about arithmetic, right? So first one is arithmetic operator. Let me just copy this. Arithmetic operator, and then in arithmetic operator we have plus, minus, multiplication, division, and then modulus operator. This is called modulus operator. Yeah. So now suppose if I have two variable, right, let x equal to, or simply let a equal to 5, let b equal to 3. What I can do, I'll just write here log, and I'll say a plus b. It will print addition. Then we have subtraction, multiplication, division, and modulus. I just wanted to show you how it will look like, right? So other things you already know, but we have to focus here in modulus operator. Let me run it, and I'll say node operator JS. Basically, it's like this one, right? Node operator.js. So here, if you will see, first one is 5 plus 3, which is 8. Then second one is 5 minus 3 is 2. So here I'll write 8. Then here it will say 2, and it's a multiplication. So 5 into 3, which is 15. Now this is division. So it will divide, and it will give you proper fractional number as well. This one is division. Now what we need to focus here is modulus operator. Why we are getting 2? So whenever you are using modulus operator, it will always give you remainder. Whenever you divide, the remainder data will be returned from the modulus operator. Suppose I am doing here 5, right? And I am dividing it with 3. So I just need to divide, multiply with 1, and I'll write here 3. Now after subtracting, I will get 2. So this value will be returned. Whatever remainder, it will be returned from this modulus operator. Yes. So whenever you use modulus operator, this one will return remainder always. So now let me check with other. So suppose if I have here value, let's say, or directly let me write here to explain. Log, I'll say 10 modulus operator 5. In this case, 5 is completely divisible, so I will get 0. Let me run output. You can see we are getting 0 here. But let's say if I will say 6, then what will happen? What output we will get is 4. Is because now 6 will be divided by 1. 6 will be multiplied by 1. And then we can simply say 6 minus 10 minus 6 is 4. If I will divide by 7, then I will get output 3, right? But if I will divide by 3, then we will get 3 into 3, 9. So we will get output 1. The remainder will be 1 from here. Correct? I hope that you are able to get this. Now the use case of this modulus operator is if you have any number and if you need to check whether the given number is even number or odd number. In that case, you can use it. For example, I'll do modulus operator 2, and if from this, right, always you have to apply modulus operator 2. If you get output 0, that means this is even number. If you get output any other thing apart from 0, then odd number. So if I will run now, you can see I'm getting 0. That means this is even number. Let's write here something which is not even. Save it and run it. I'm getting 1. That means this is odd number. Let's make it 6. This is even number, right? So this is one use case that you can use for modulus operator. Output should be the same. So since if it is just applying that, so you can see minus 0. It is saying minus 0. So it will be just ignore that thing, right? Whenever you divide anything, let's say if it is a negative value also, you can consider this is division operator. Then that doesn't matter. It will add here negative value, right? But still you can verify whether this is even number or odd number by removing this minus, right? So modulus operator will work on negative value as well. That doesn't matter. The output you will get in negative. That's so if I'll do 7 minus 11 modulus operator 7, so I should get minus 3. Sorry, minus 4, right? Which is once we subtract, we will get it. Correct? So this is how it will work, this arithmetic operator. Next is assignment operator, which you already know that we need to assign it, right? So assignment operator is equal to, which we don't need to discuss on assignment operator, since it's equal to is assignment operator. We have int a x, not int, here we have, let's say let a equal to 5, right? A is already declared here, that's why we get error, but I will comment it. So I'll just select it all and then comment. Right? Press control and forward slash. Control forward slash for line by line comment, and control shift forward slash. Okay, it's not working here. So it's just control and forward slash, single comment. Then here I can change this value to 10. So now you can see this is assignment operator. We are using assignment operator to assign some value and change the value, and you can print it. Now next operator is that comparison operator. So I'll write here comparison operators. So in comparison operators, we have basically what we say, greater than, less than, greater than equal to, less than equal to, double equal to, and then we have here not equal to. So in JavaScript, we have one more type of equal to, which is called triple equal to, correct? And then we have not equal to. This is also available with JavaScript. So basically in interview also they ask this question, what is the difference between double and triple equal to? So we'll have to see that. So for this, let me create here, or we can directly write here, let's say log, and then we can say, so suppose if I need to just compare, so I'll say 5 is greater than 2, right? So you will get output in true and false. So suppose if I will run now, you can say it is true. So these all things will return, it returns Boolean values. That Boolean values, that is, it should be either true or false. In output, you will always see true or false. So now suppose if I am writing here log, and I'll say 5 is greater than equal to 5. So which is basically here what we are trying to do, it should be greater than and equal to. So 5 is greater than equal to, which is true. So if I check, you can see I'm getting output as true. These things we can do, and similarly we can do here log 5 is not equal to, or let's say 5 equal to 5. Here, if you'll see, if I run 5 equal to 5, normal equal to 5, then you will see output as true, because this is 5 equal to 5. But what if I will write here 5 equal to 5? So if I want to write this thing, then what will be the output from here? So if you will see, it will still return true. That is the one, true, and here true. So if you normally use equal to operator, then whether you put here number or you put here string, it will simply say true. That means it is only checking content, right? Not the type. Whenever you are using equal to operator, it will only check content, not the type. So if you want more restricted way, then what you can do, you can simply write here 5 equal to triple equal to, and then if you will say simply 5, then here it will check the content as well as type. So now both are number types, so it will return true. But if you do the same thing like this one, 5 triple equal to, and then 5. Now in this case it will return false, because Now here type is not same. If you will see, last one is returning false because type is different. Correct? So suppose if you want to perform some mathematical operation or numeric operation and you are getting data in some other form, then most of the time in JavaScript we use JavaScript or a scripting language, maybe Angular and all. These basic programming will be applicable on all those things. So we should use triple equal to. It is checking type also, correct? So along with value, it will check type as well. And then we have same thing, equal to and not equal to. So the more important part is to focus here is equal to and triple equal to. So in triple equal to, it will check content plus type. Both should be equal. Then only you will get output true, else you will get output false. So this is basically our comparison operator. Next one is we have logical operator. Logical operators. So in logical operators, we have basically logical and then we have or, and then we have also one more is not. So not is also part of logical operator. It will also return value in true false only. But mostly we apply logical operator on comparison operator, right? So suppose if you need to compare two values together, so I'll say log. I just wanted to check whether 5 is greater than 3. If yes, then also check whether 5 is greater than 1 or not. So now here we are doing two things. We are checking first one condition and then we are checking another condition. So if you need to check more than one condition at a time, in that case you can use logical operators. Alright, so in logical operators, first it will calculate the result like this way. 5 is greater than 3, which is true, so here output will be true, and 5 is greater than 1, which is also true. So now it will perform the output here. So if you get output true and true, then you will get final output as true. Final output will be true in case of AND operator. So if I will run now, you can see output we are getting true. And in case of OR operator, right, just change to OR and then we have to check. So we have some rules here. So what I'll do, I'll write like this way. So for AND operator, it is saying that first condition is true and second condition is also true. Then final output you will get as true. Now first condition is true and second condition is false. Suppose this one is false. In this case, what output you will get? You will get output as false. Now, if first condition is false and second condition is true, in this case you will get output as false. And if both condition is false, then final output will be false. So for AND condition, there is only a basic rule: both conditions should be true. Both conditions should be true, then only final output will be true. Else it will be false. But same thing if I will try with OR condition, right? Then what change you will see that OR condition says that any statement is true, the final output will be true. Let's see. So now first is true, second is true, you will get output true. First is true, second is false, then also you will get output as true. First is false, second one is true, so you will get output true. And if both is false, then output will be false. So here AND condition says only both should be true, then only true. Or condition says that any statement, any condition is true, you will get output true. For example, here we have used AND operator. Now let's change to OR operator, and then in OR operator I am saying 5 is greater than 3. If this is true, then it will not check another. Final output you will see as true. But if first statement itself is false, let's say 5 is greater than 13, no. In this case, this is false, but it will go and check this condition, which is true. So final output you will say as true. But if both is false, let's say I am just writing here 11. If first one is also false, second one is also false, the final output you will get as false. This is one thing that you have to remember. Now the use case is, suppose if you are working on grading system, marks grading system. If one candidate is getting greater than 30 and less than 50, then you can say, okay, this candidate is having C grade or D grade. So based on the condition, you can pass the grading system, right? 30% A grade, B grade, C grade. If candidate is getting more than 90%, 90 but less than equal to 100, in that case, grade A or A plus, something like that. So there you have to use logical operator, and logical operator we have to apply on comparison operator. Now here we have not operator. So not is basically whatever output you will see here. If you apply not, it will change that. So right now you are getting false, right? You can see here you are getting false. First condition is also false, second condition is also false. Now let's do here not operator and put all in braces. What it means, from this one you get false, due to this not, it will reverse the output. Now you will get output as true. Let's see. So not operator will change. If your final output is true, and if you are using not, it will change to false. So it will just do reverse. And sometimes we need to use this reverse operator, or we can say not operator, where you want first condition to be performed on true, second condition you wanted to perform on false. In that case, you can just use not operator. Not operator will change the output. If you get true, it will reverse and final output will be false. Correct? So I hope you are able to get this logical operator. This is basic one. Right? Let me comment it. Now next thing is, so we have seen about arithmetic operator, equal to operator, and then we have logical operator. Next thing is we have to see a string operator, right? So we have few things, a string operator as well. So a string operators. In a string operator, basically what we have is we have plus, right? So plus symbol we apply on a string. So as we have seen in what we say, arithmetic operator, plus operator, right? So plus operator is behaving as addition. But if you do the same thing in a string, it will be treated as concatenation. So here, suppose if I have two value, let's say x equal to, let's say I'll say 5, correct? And where y equal to, let's say I'll say 4. Now if I'll do console log x plus y, the final output we will get is 9. But what will happen if I have this is a string type? Yeah. Now if I want to perform on a string, what output you will see here? is 54. If we have value which is a string type, then what output you will get? You will get 54, because this plus operator will work as concatenation operator. So here this plus is concatenation operator, right? It will be treated as concatenation. Concatenation, right? Concatenation operator. So let me give you another example. So suppose if I have here, let's say I'm writing here 3 plus 4, right? Then what output you will see? 3 plus 4 is 7. So final output you will see 7. But what will happen if I will add here plus? Let's say I'm just adding here one object. Let's say 5, and then plus, you can use single quote also. Single and double both are same here. So if we are using 3 plus 4, and then I'm doing a string 5, and then again I'm adding plus 1 plus 2. Now can you tell me what will be the final output from here? I have here 7, till here it will be 7, and then we have 5, and then I have added 1 and 2. So final output, what will be the final output from here? 753. 753. Okay, so output will not be 753. So you can see what output you will see. 7512. 7512. Why we are getting this one? It calculates from left to right. Correct? Here we have only a number type. So number type plus will be treated as addition operator. So now it is converting into 7. Next thing it will find is 7 plus 5, which is here we have a string. So this plus operator will behave as concatenation operator. So it will just concat it and make it a string. So now after performing these two operators, you will see 75, but in a string format. And this 75 is now having the number plus. So it will be treated as concatenation operator again. So in the next iteration, it will be 751, and then this one will also be treated as a string type. So concatenation operator will apply. And final output you will see 7512. This is what I wanted to explain. Now, if you want proper output, then what you can do, you can put it in braces. First, calculate the things from braces, and then do concatenation or append related things. In this case, it will be 753. Since it will first calculate it, and then it will add with the string number, a string value. So this part you need to understand. If we have any string, then all the plus operator will be treated as concatenation operator. Correct? So this is called what we say, a string type operator. Next thing that we need to see here is two more types of two more operators we have here, which is and these all operators are common, right? These all operators are common with any language, whether it is JavaScript or whether you are using Java or any language, it will be same. One is we have to explain here is unary operator. Unary operator. So in unary operator, we have basically one is plus, then minus, and then plus plus, minus minus. So plus minus plus plus is increment operator, and then here this is decrement operator. So now before going to see, we have one more plus here and minus. This is also called as a unary operator. This plus is, you can see in, if you are using plus, then this plus will be treated as addition, that means arithmetic operator, a string operator, right? Arithmetic operator, a string operator, and a unary operator also. How? So suppose if you have some value x equal to 5, right? You just want to convert this x to negative value. Then how you will do? Just add here negative x. The final output you will get as -5. So this plus and minus unary operator is just we are adding to make it either positive number or negative number. Correct? So if already this value is negative, if this value is already negative, you want it to positive, just add here plus and final output. Okay, so basically plus and minus will be applicable here. Plus minus plus, it will be plus minus minus. So final output you will get is -5 here. But the thing is, what I wanted to say, you can make any value, right? Positive or negative. And that's why, so you can write here +5 -5 to make it either positive or negative. And that's what this plus is doing. So this is positive, I'll say positive, and this one is negative. So this is simple one. Now what we need to focus here is plus operator, plus plus and minus minus. This is pre-increment and post-increment. Pre-decrement and post-decrement. So this is increment operator, but increment operator is also two types. One is pre-increment and then post-increment. So here we have x equal to 5. If I will write plus plus x, then final output what you will see is 6. This 5 is being increased by 1. Plus plus means it will increase 1 and minus minus means it will decrease 1. Whatever value you have, it will increase 1, and minus minus will, it means it will decrease 1, only 1. So now you get 4 only, because initially we have 5, it will decrease to 4. So final output is 4. So let's say I have done here minus minus, and then I am doing x minus minus here also, and then in next step I am doing x minus minus again. Now you can use pre-increment, post-decrement as per your need. The only thing is you need to understand this is decrement, one is increment. It will only decrease 1. So now in this case, initially we have x equal to 5. By this line, what it will do, it will make it 4. In this line, it will make it 3. In this line, it will make it 2. And then final output we will get is 2. See, we are getting 2. The only thing you have to understand, and the same thing if we will change with plus, it will increase 1, increase 1. Right? This is one example to increase and decrease. Let me show you another example, which is more confusing. So suppose if you have one variable x equal to, let's say I'll say 5, and here in log itself I am doing x, let's say plus plus x. While printing itself, I am doing plus plus x. What output we will get? It's 6, because initially we have 5 and it increased by 1, and final output we get 6. But if I'll do the same thing with post increment, then output will be little different. Correct? So sometimes, and most of the time, this increment and decrement operator both are same, but in some scenario it is different. So for example, here we are writing x plus plus. Now if I'll run, you will see output as 5 only, not 6. And why this happened? Because what happens if you use post increment, right? So post increment operator says first it will increase the value and then it will decrease 1, and then it will return 1. So let me show you. So here we have x equal to 5. So in memory, we have created something like we have this box and value is x. And here initially we have written 5. Now whenever you are writing post increment, what it will do? It will first return the value and then it will update the value. So this is step 1, this is step 2, and then it will change it to 6. Now, whenever you are using post increment or post decrement, first it will, whatever thing available in memory, it will return and then it will change. Correct? So let me give you more example, then you will understand. So in it right now here we can see that it is only 5, right? So now let's do plus, and I am doing here plus plus x, and then let's do again plus, and here I am doing x plus plus. So here this plus will be treated as addition operator because this is number. So this one will be treated as addition operator, right? Arithmetic operator. Now tell me the final output from here. Initially, so let's see. So initially we have in memory, let me just use. So initially we have here 5. Now what happens after doing this thing? First it will return value here. So it will return 5. Now we have plus operator. I'll apply plus. Then it is doing plus plus. So by this line, it is returning 5, but at the same time, this one will change it to 6. Right? This is a step 1. This is a step 2. 6. And then at this time, since this is pre-increment, now pre-increment says that first change the value. So it will go here and change the value. So now it will change it to 7. So this is third step. It will change and then it will return it. So now here it is returning this 7. This is fourth step, I can say. So from here I will get 7, and then we have plus operator. I'll add plus, and then again it is saying x plus plus, which is post increment. Now post increment means first return the value. So right now we have 7, so it will return it. So this is fifth step. So here we will get 7, and then after that it will change it. So now next thing it will change. In memory we have 8, right? But this 8 we are not using. This is sixth step. This 8 we are not using since the value is returned only 7. So we just need to calculate it. Right? So final output we can see here is 19. Right? So final output we get. So the final output is 19. You can see here. 5 plus 7 plus 7. This is what you need to understand. Pre-increment and post-increment, right? So both are same thing. Just you need to understand this thing. Let me explain one more time, and then we'll move further. So suppose, so this is 19. Let me give you another example. Suppose we have where x, let's say where a equal to, I'll say 10, and then what I'll do, log minus minus a plus minus minus a again, and then plus a minus minus. Now tell me output from here. Initially a is equal to 10. Okay, let's make it 5. Initially a is 5. By doing this, what happens? It will first, since this is pre-decrement, that means first decrease and then put value here. So pre-decrement means it will make it 4, and then we have this plus operator. I will use plus, and then here also this is pre-decrement. That means now 4 in memory we have 4. It will decrease 1 again, then it will become as 3. Let's put 5 plus operator this, and then here we have a minus minus post decrement. In memory we have 3. It will return the 3 and then it will change. So final output here we get is 3 only. Although in memory it will change to 2, but we are going to use only 3. So the final output we can see is 4 plus 3 plus 3. 7 plus 3 is 10. So final output we will get is 10. Correct? So this thing you have to remember. If you are using pre-increment, first increment it. Or if you are using pre-decrement, first decrease it and then return the value here. Correct? And if in case of this one, right, you can see here we are using post-decrement. That means whatever value available in memory, return it, return this 3, and then change it. So now in memory, if I will check here, simple, a value, right? What is the value inside a? So you will see as 2, because in memory we have 2. Why? Because it was 3, and due to decrement operator, post decrement operator, it changed the value to 2, and so we can see output as 2 here. So this is called unary operator, bitwise operator, and shift operator. Bitwise operator, and then we have one more is shift operator. So these operators we have, but although I have also not used, and in day-to-day programming we are not using it. But for understanding, let me explain it. So bitwise operator, we have bitwise and bitwise or. This is bitwise operator. Although we have more is bitwise or bitwise x or bitwise not, right? These all operators are there. But majorly, I'm just trying to explain how this bitwise operator is working, right? So suppose here, if you write where x equal to, or let's say where a equal to, let's say I'm saying 5, and where b equal to, I'm saying, let's say 6. And then if we say log a and b. Okay, so I don't want to print, right? So suppose if I will uncomment all these things, right, then it will print here. That's the problem, right? So in this log, it will print all those things, and it might confuse you. That's why I'm just commenting with whatever thing is not there. You can uncomment as well. Yeah. One more thing to remember: if you are using variable, the same variable again, then suppose if I'm uncommenting here, right? Although where is global type, right? So here it will perform output, and then we are again trying to assign value, which is okay. We can do it. For now, you can see in the previous one we get output 10 and 2. Now we get 4, and this 4 is coming from here. So it is quite confusing. That's why I am commenting it previous one. Right? We understood the topic. I have commented it. Now I am focusing here. So you will see final output only related to this operator, whatever thing I am performing. That's why I am making it comment. Correct? So if you want, you can just enable all, and you will see all the outputs in one go itself. That's not a problem. Correct. So let's see bitwise operator. So bitwise operator always works on binary level, or we can say bits level. Bitwise operator works on binary digit. So here we have a equal to 5, b equal to 6, and whenever I'm performing a bitwise operator and b, you can see we get output 4. So now question is how we get this 4. And if you apply here or operator, then you will see output as 7. If you apply this or, you get 7, and if you sorry, yeah. So in case of this and, you will get 4, and now for or we get 7. So to understand this, we have to convert this binary number, I mean normal digital number, to binary number. And for 5 we have 0 1 0 1. This is 5, I guess. So let me write here, and then we will automatically get to know about this. So if we have 1, right, it is equivalent to 0 0 0 1. If we have 2, then it is equivalent to 0 0 1 0. 3 0 0 1 1. 4 0 1 0 0. 5 is 0 1 0 1. And let me write this, and then we'll explain more on that. 6 is 0 1 1 0. 7 is first digit 0 1 1 and 1, all three filled, and then for 8 it will be 1 0 0 0. So if there is some basic rule, we have, you can see these 3 digits filled. Now for 8, right, we will start again from 1. So let's say if I need to write 9, then what I'll do, 1 and then 0 0 0, 1. So this one will start from here, but you have to use this one, 1. And for 10, it will be
0, 1, 0.
0, 1, 0, but first digit will be 1 since we have already used that. I'll write here, this 1 we have to use 1, and then we can simply put these 0, 1, 0. So this is 10. Now this is digital number, this is binary number. And bitwise operator always works on binary number. So here we have written a equal to 5. So now let me show you. So a is our 5. So 5 is equivalent to 0, 1, 0, 1. And 6 is equivalent to 0, 1, 1, 0. Now we are trying to perform here AND operator. So for logical AND, or I mean bitwise AND, you have to remember the rule for normal AND operator. AND operator says that if both is true, then only it will be true, else it will be false. So here first is true, second is false. So we get output as false. First is false, second is true, then output will be false. Both is true, then you will see 1, and then here we can see 0. Now this one is equivalent to 4. If you will see 4, we have 0, 1, 0, 0. So this is equivalent to 4. And that's why you get output as 4 here. Correct? But suppose if I will apply here OR operator, right? Then how it will work? So OR operator says that if any one is true, then output is true. So first one is true, 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 and then this is false. So now this one is equivalent to 7. Correct? So you can see 7 is this one. So bitwise operator always works on bits. Convert it into bits and then apply and or whatever things we have. All right. Next thing is we have shift operator, which is also works on this binary number only. So we have shift operator. The shift operator is basically left shift, right shift. So we have shift operator which will shift number of digits in left side and number of digits in right side. So suppose I have written here, let me just comment it. You can let it be same, that's not a problem. So suppose if I have value x equal to, let's say, 5. Now I'm saying here log x and then left shift 2. That means shift 2 digit left side. So here x equal to 5. So what we will do, we'll convert 5. So 5 is basically, I can write in this format. Yeah. So we have 4 boxes and 5 is basically 0, 1, 0, 1. This is 5. Now I'm saying shift 2 bits left side. So I can write here 1, 0, 1, 0. This is 1 bit shift and then shift one more time. I'll write here 1, 0, 1, 0. So final thing you can see here is this one, right? So we have 4 boxes already there. Now since we have shifted 2 places, so these 2 places will be empty and you have to fill this empty place with 0. So whatever thing it is, right, this is your output. So we have 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, right? Whatever thing it will be your output. So if I will just see the output, final output from here, let me check, 20. So this is equivalent to 20. This digit is equivalent to 20. So I'll just write 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0. This is 20. If you run this thing, right, you will get output 20. So if you just write only one digit, right, then you can say 0, 1, and 0 1 0 1 and one more 0 you have to put, and that will be equivalent to 10. So suppose if I will write here in next line, let me show you. Suppose if I need to write only, I want to shift one digit, then this is equivalent to 10. So you can see we get output 10. We have value 5, but we have shifting only one digit, so it is equivalent to 10. Why? Because here you can see you have to fill with 0, so it will be like only this one, right? This is so, and this one you can see here we have 0 1, sorry 1 0 1 0. Okay, you can remove this 0, which is okay, but this is 10 and this one is 20. So left shift operator will shift 2 digit left side. If you use right shift, then this one will shift right side 2 digits. Correct. So if you do this one, it will shift right side 2 digits. So how it will do? Let me show you. So okay, completely closed it. So yeah. So here we have, let's say, a right shift. So for right shift, we have the same thing, 1 0 1. Sorry, for 5 we have this one, right? 0 1 0 1. Let's put it in box. The only difference between left shift and right shift is, for right shift, whatever digit you will put right side, right, move right side, those digits will be lost. So here we have 5, and let's say I am shifting one right side. So what I have to do, I'll start writing the same from here, 0 1 0 1. So you have to put this only till here. This digit will be lost. That is what I'm trying to say. Make it four boxes. Correct? So now final output you can see is only 1 0. 1 0 is basically 2. So if you do right shift, same thing, right shift is here, and I'll do right shift only one place, and 5 will become as 2. So I'll put, you can see here, you can see 2. 5 will become as 2 only, because final output we can see here is 0 0 1 0 only. If you do one more bit, then you will get final output as 1. So suppose if I write 2 here, right, I wanted to shift 2 place, then final output you will see is 1. So kind of right shift is dividing and left shift is multiplying. So we have 10, then 20. If I'll do one more time, then it may become as 30, or maybe just it will apply. Let's see. So if I just do 33 here instead of 30, what we are getting? Okay, 40. It is just multiplying the previous value. 40, that means 40 into 2, 80. So if I'll do 4, then I should get 80. You can see we are getting 80. But in case of right shift, it is dividing it. So we have 5, it divided by 2, we get 2. It divided by 2, we get 1. So we have, this is what we have, operators, bitwise operator, left shift, right shift, these things. Correct. So we have seen today operators. Any question here? Okay, perfect. We have one more thing which is called uh, ternary operator. Okay, let me explain that also, so that all the complete operators will be complete in one go itself. So here we have one more thing which is called ternary operator. Right? So this ternary operator is question mark and colon. And this is called ternary operator. So what this ternary operator will do, suppose if you are writing log and suppose you are just comparing, right? 5 is greater than 2. So suppose if condition, right, this condition will return true, then you don't want output as only Boolean value. You want something different. Right now it is saying true. So you are saying that, okay, if this is true, then you can say proper. Right? Then in that case, you should use question mark and write here true condition. So I can say, yes, 5 is greater than 2. If you say that this is false, then you can say no, something like no, 5 is not greater than 2. Here you are applying two conditions. One is if this is true, then do this thing, print this thing. If this one is false, then directly jump here and print this one. So as of now, you will get output. Instead of true, you are getting output, yes, 5 is greater than 2. If condition is true, so here we can say this is condition. Here we can say true condition, right? True statement, and this one is false statement. So what will happen if first one is false? What will happen if this is false? Then directly it will jump to colon part. You can see this colon. Question mark part is true, colon part is false. So as per our requirement, we can do this thing. So many times you will see, once you work with real project, you will see this ternary operator. Right? So we have something and we want condition in one line itself. Then in that case, we should go for ternary operator. All the complete condition you can write in one line. And inside this also, if you want, you can add one more ternary operator. There is no limit in that. Right? So nested, that will be called as nested ternary operator. Conditional statements. So for that, we can create one more file and then we can say if else demo. Yes. Let's create if else demo. Here, what I wanted to show that in JavaScript we have conditional statements. We can say here we have statements. In statements we have if condition. If we can directly write if condition, then we have if with else condition, and third one is if, and then else if condition, and then fourth one is we have if, and then else if, and then multiple else if basically. And the final one is we can have if else or if multiple else, and then we can end with normal else. Right? Although this normal else you can apply with anyone, right? If and then normal else, like this way. But these 5 possible scenarios we have that we can use with statements. And then we have one more which is called switch case. So switch case. So we will have to see these all things. This is called statements, conditional statements. So let me check here one thing. Let's say I'll say bad date equal to new. Let me check one thing whether it is working here or not. Console.log. I'll say date dot get day. So based on that, I'll apply here conditional. So I'll say a node if else. Okay, so we have to go to JavaScript folder and then node if else demo. Okay, so it's returning 15. get date. Okay, get day. So it should return data between 0 to 5. Okay, it is saying 4. So basically it should return data between 0 to 6, and 0 is basically Sunday. Here it starts from 0. 0 means Sunday. So today so it is returning 4. That means today is Thursday, right? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and so it will go on. So what here, this is just a function which is already available in JavaScript, date function, and here I am doing date dot get date. That means it will say that okay, today is today's date. So now here we will apply if else condition. So now suppose if I'll say that if date equal to, right? If date equal to, let's say I'll say 4, right, or 5, whatever thing you wanted to write, you can write here. So always just remember this will start from here. Here what I am saying, that date, right? So if let's say I'll say date is equal to 0, that means I'll say log here today is Sunday, right? So here if you will see, this is if condition, right? So if date is equal to 0, we can say Sunday, and if I wanted to run it, I can simply run. So okay, save it. So since today is not 0, right, that's why it's not printing. If condition will be success, if condition will be success, then only this one will print. So suppose if I'll write here, for example, today is Thursday, right? So if I'll write here 4, then I'll say today is Thursday. So if date is equal to 4, that means I'll say today is Thursday, and oh, okay. So problem here is I am printing it, but we should write here in one. We should store somewhere, right? So let's say I'll say where now or where today equal to this one, correct? So basically I need to use this today function, today variable. From date I am getting day, and then that day I am basically storing here today, or basically I can simply say day. So here if you will see today equal to 4, right? Now if condition is success, then it will print Thursday. If condition is not success, then it will not do anything. So let's say if I'll say 0, this condition is not success. In that case, it will not print anything. If condition will only execute if it is true, condition is true, then it will print it. This is if. But if you want else condition together, then you can write here else, and here I can say sys out, not sys out, but log here, and I'll say now today is not, maybe I can say Thursday, right? So any particular thing, since we are applying here on today equal to 4, right? We are saying today equal to 4. In this case we are doing this. So now in this case what will happen, if first condition, right, first condition is true, then it will go in if condition. If first condition is false, then it will go to else condition. So suppose if I'll write here 0, then it will go to else condition. You can say today is not Thursday, or today is Sunday. Anything you can write. If today is equal to 0, if this is correct, then it will go here, else it will go in this one. So at a time, only one block will execute. Either it will execute if block or it will execute else. This is if else. Now you can have here multiple if and else operator. So let me just make it comment, and then I'll say here if today equal to 0, I'll say log Sunday. Else if, let's say I need to add more conditions, then how we will do that? So we have to write this. Today is equal to 1. Then I'll say log, I'll say Monday. Right? So if you will see, you have if and then else if, and this else if, normally you can write else if, and you can write here multiple else if as well. So multiple else if is like this way. If and then multiple else if. In this way, you can write your program. So 0, 1, and just add the condition, different condition. One more, and then I'll say
how to write the multiple else if?
Multiple else if. Yeah, this is what we are doing here. Correct. If we have, this is one if, and then we are using multiple else if. You can see here multiple else if. So if we need to validate multiple conditions, then we can go for multiple else if and else if, else if, else if. Most of the time we have to do this thing. Now we can change here. Suppose if today is equal to 0, it will print Sunday. Today is equal to 1, it will print Monday. Right here it will print Tuesday, and so on. It will print, right? Wednesday, Thursday, right? Friday, and Saturday. So if you will see, it will start from 0, right? Although in today we have already stored date value, right? Today it will print from, actually it should, I should write this here. So date dot get day will return 0 to 6. And suppose I need to apply multiple else if. What will happen? Currently in today we have value 4. So it will check 4 is equal to 0. No. 4 is equal to 1. No. It will reach here. And then finally output you will see is, which is printing here. Correct? So multiple else if you can apply. And now suppose if it will not match anything, then in that case you can apply, you can write else also. If it will not match anything, then you can say that wrong, that invalid date, right? Invalid date. So suppose instead of using this thing, right, I'll say I'll just add here 0, right? I'm not taking from the calendar, but I'm just saying 0. Then what will happen? Today is equal to 0. It will check 0. It will print Sunday. Sunday. If I will write here 1, it will go to Monday. But let's say if I will write here 100, then what will happen? It will not match with any condition. It will directly go to else condition, and then it will print invalid or out of range date. So any message you can write here. So the only thing is, whenever we use if else condition, these conditions will only execute if certain condition that we have given will met. For example, today equal to 0, and in today variable what we have stored, some value. If that value will match it, then only it will say true, else it will say false. Correct? So this is normal switch case that we have. Sorry, normal else if condition that we have. We can apply here. And we can have many different scenarios. You can not only relational operator, but you can apply here logical operator as well. Suppose if if you want to calculate the marks, student marks, right? And whatever a student will get, you just need to print the grading system, right? Grading marks. Then how you will do? So you have to. So suppose here I'll write next program. Let's say I'll say marks equal to I get 50. A student one get 50. Then we can write here if marks is less than 30, right? Greater than, right? Marks is greater than equal to 0. Then what we can say? We can say student is failed, right? So I'll say console. I'll say log failed. That means if any student is getting marks less than 30%, less than 30, and marks should be greater than equal to 0, since we can't get marks in minus. So I'm saying failed. You can see right now it is 50. That's why it's not printed. But if you want, you can apply here multiple else if. So I'll say else, and then I will paste here the same condition and then apply as per our need. So now here I am saying marks is greater than, let's say, less than 50. Marks is less than 50 and greater than equal to 30. In this case, I'll say a student get B grade, right? So I have written here marks is less than 50, and here a student get 50. That means I have to add another condition, and so on. I can apply multiple conditions. So I'll say the marks should be greater than 50, and then I'll say 70 or 60, whatever thing we want. Then we can say this is C grade. So now here this student will get C grade. This 50 range is less than 50 and then greater than less than 60 and greater than equal to 50. This way we can apply if else condition. Right? Now let's see about switch case. So in switch case is also solving the same problem that you can see here in if else condition, but it is different. Let me just create here one file. I'll say switch case .js. So in switch case, basically, let's say we have one variable. Let's say value a equal to, I'll say 5. Correct? And here, even if you want, you can write the same condition here, same thing for their own. Let me just copy it and paste it here. So we have date, and then I'm saying today is this date, right? Whatever value we will get. And then whatever thing we were doing with if else demo, right? The same thing we can do with switch case. So in switch case, we write here switch, and then inside this you have to write the variable switch, and then I'm saying today. Now here we have to write case. So in case 0, if you get today value 0, then what we want? We want it should print as Sunday. And then you have to write here break, and then I'll do this copy paste of all the cases. Oh, sorry, it is showing like nested, but we have to make it like this way. But only condition is case number should be unique. So here I'll say case 0, case 1, 2, 3, and so on. We can write for all. Right? Tuesday, Wednesday, right? And Thursday. So thing is, what I wanted to show you is how we can write multiple conditions. Friday, and then we can say one more. So here, let's write shortcut for this one also. Case number is should be unique. So here I'll write 3, then I'll say 4, 5, and then 6. Now, if it will not match with any of these, then we have default. So you can add default, and then you can say that invalid input, right? Invalid input, and then just do break. So this invalid input and break. Now, if you will see in this switch case, we started with switch, and then we have case number, right? So here initially, for because today is Thursday, so it will say 4. So 4 is equal, now today we have 4, so it will check 4 is equal to 0, no, 4 is equal to 1, no, 4 is equal to 2, and so on. It will reach here. 4 is equal to 4, yes, then it will go inside it and print whatever thing we have written. And after that we have break statement. So what this break statement will do, it will terminate the switch case, and final output you will get only Thursday. You can say it is printing this. Suppose instead of writing, let's say I'll write here 0. Okay? I have hard coded this 0. Then in this case, what will happen? 0 is equal to 0. Yes, it will print Sunday. If you write here 1, it will print Monday. But if I will write here 10, then what will happen? It will check all the cases. It will try to match all. If it will not match, then it will go and print this default. So it will say invalid input. Correct? Now here, this is generic thing, this is basic thing. Here one thing we have to see, the use of break. So suppose if I have written here 1, that means it should print Monday, right? It is printing here Monday. But what will happen if I will remove this break? In that case, it will not check the next condition. Directly it will go inside case and it will print it. Unless we will not get break. So I have commented 2 places. Let's see if I will run now, what it is printing: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So it is 1. It will check first here. 1 is equal to 0. No, it will come here and check. 1 is equal to 1. Yes, it will print Monday. Since we don't have break, it will go into the next case and it will print Tuesday. We don't have break, it will go to the third one and we will get Wednesday. And then here we have break. Once we get break, it will out from switch case. So that's why this is important, that you should use break statement. Yeah? Whenever required, you should use break statement. So it will basically, whenever required, it will terminate and then it will be out from there. Correct? Are you getting it? So these things we use basically whenever we do programming. Right? Once we will see any front end, at that time we have to use these things. Switch case while writing the code, right? Switch case or any particular thing. Although we will use TypeScript, but these things are generic for any language. It will be same. So this is switch case, and then we have to see next part is array concept, right? So basic thing we have completed here, like not array but looping thing, right? We have to see loop, but before loop we have to see array concept also. So suppose if I need to, okay, let's go and see loop first, right? So loop means here I'll say loop demo.js. Loop means suppose if you need to print 1 to 10, right? How you will do that? One thing is you can go and write here console.log, right? Log, and you can write this 10 times. Copy. So you can write this 10 times and it will print. This is one thing. Whatever thing you will write, it will print that number of times. But I want it in a loop. So what I will do, I will start here. So we have basically in JavaScript, we have loops, right? So we have while loop, we have do while loop, we have for loop, right? For loop. Then we have in JavaScript we have for in loop, right? For, and I'll say in, and then we have for of. So these all different types of loops available here in JavaScript. Let's see one by one. So suppose if I need to use while loop, so what I will do, I will initialize one variable. So I'll say where, let's say x equal to 1, and I'll say that while x is less than equal to 10, and print this statement x and increase the value of x by 1. So now if I will run it, you can see it is printing value from 1 to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? It is printing till 10. So what I have done, I have started my loop x equal to 1, and I am checking here whether x is less than equal to 10 or not. If less than 10, so first time x is equal to 1, it will check 1 is less than 10. Condition true, it will go here and print 1. Then it is increasing 1. Yeah, you remember that x plus plus, right? Increment operator. So it is increasing value 1 to 2. And then once it will reach here, we have 2. It will check 2 is less than equal to 10. Condition true. Print here 2. It will increase to 3. It will check condition. And so on. It will run till the value is equal to, I mean, condition is satisfied. 10 is equal to 10. The condition is true. It will print and it will increase the value. And then final x value is 11. But we are printing only till 10. So using loop, you can basically iterate and print same thing multiple times. Yeah. So this is our while loop. Similarly, we can do with do while. Let's say I'll say here we have another variable where let's say I equal to 1. Now I need to do the same thing through while do while. So how we will do? We have to start writing do and then start braces. Whatever thing you have done inside it, and just write in do condition and change the value to I. Right? And after that we need to check the condition. So I'll copy it here and paste it at this place and add semicolon. This is our do while. In while loop, we are normally starting with while, but in do while, first we write our statements and then we check condition. Everything is same, just we are reversing the thing. And this one will also print data from 1 to 10. If you will see here, it is printing. Okay, so we are using something wrong here. What it is saying, do I equal to 1. I'm printing I is equal to I plus plus, and while this, right? Yeah, this is correct. Okay, let me just terminate and try again. Oh, okay. So 2 times it should print the same thing. We have 1, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I is equal to 1. I am printing just var log console.log I, and then I plus plus. Yeah, it should print actually 1 to 10 only. Suppose if I am just commenting it, right? First one. And then if I will do, I guess it will print from 1 to 10 itself, right? You can see here. But I am just thinking why it's not working if I'm enabling while loop also, correct? Let me see. Yeah. So if you will see here, it is printing, right? It is printing. Okay, let me clear it. Clean, no, CLS. Yeah. So CLS is the command that it will clean here. Remove before curly braces. Okay, let me try again. So here, remove before curly braces. What exactly you are saying? Line number? In this case, actually it should work, but let me check again. Save it and run again. Oh, okay. So now it's working, right? So here we can see it is printing 1 to 10. I have not changed anything. And then again, this one is printing from while loop. And then here we have next thing is do while loop. Correct? So as per syntax, it should work. So first we are printing data since we have used two different variable itself, x, and then here we are using I. There is no conflict. It should work. So do while loop says that first you can print and then you can validate. But in case of while loop, it is saying first check the condition. So now suppose if our input itself is 100, then what will happen? 100 is less than equal to 10. Condition false. It will not print anything. But in case of do while loop, we have given 100, it will print 100. Then it will increase to 101. Here it will check 101 is less than 10. Condition false. Then it will be out from loop. So at least one output you will see from the do while. So the difference between while and do while is while loop checks first the condition and then it executes the statement. But in case of do while loop, it first execute it and then check the condition. Right? Then we have for loop. So in for loop, the change here is we can directly write inside variables. So suppose we have where, let's say I'll say j equal to 1, and then I'll say j is less than equal to 10, and then j plus plus. And here I'll say simply log j. So now this is also equivalent to whatever thing we are doing in while loop or do while loop. The only thing is we are doing all the things in one line only. I'm initializing here variable, then checking condition, increasing the value and printing it. So if I will run, you will see the same output. So here we have 1 to 10 from the while loop, then 1 to 10 from do while loop, and then here we have from for loop. Correct? So we can directly use it for where I equal to something less than and so on. The only thing that you should remember here in while in for loop, it is happening, it is doing while for loop, right? Initialization condition first, then second condition is checking, and third it is printing it, correct? And then it will go and execute this. So initially j is equal to 1, it will check condition j is less than 10, which is correct. Okay, then here it will print that. It will not increase, but it will print it. After printing, it will increase the value. That's why initially we have j equal to 1, so it is printing 1, then it is changing to 2, and then it will check again 2 is less than 10 or not. If condition is true, it will go here and print 2, and then it will increase 3, and so on. Loop will run. Even what you can do, you can keep this thing outside. So I just cut it and paste here. Now what I am doing, I am initializing variable j outside, but you should use comma. Output, everything you will see same. You can see it is printing, still printing. And this thing you can write inside it. Cut it, and here I'll paste it. Put semicolon is not needed, since here in JavaScript this is not mandatory part, but ideally we should use. Now in this for loop, if you will see, we have removed the initialization, we have removed the increment operator. The only thing is we have here is condition, correct? So now this one, still this one will work. You can see, since it is saying first part is initialization, second part is condition check, third part is increment decrement. So I can separate these things as well. But let me rewrite back to normal scenario. This is our normal for loop, right? That we can see here. You can do all things in one go only. Correct? Now next thing is that we should learn about for in and for off, right? And for that I need to explain about array concept. So these things will work with array. Right? Work with array. Array, right? To explain this about, right, for in and for off, I have to explain about array concept. So basic thing I can show you. So let's say I'll say where array equal to, and inside this array I can write something. So let's say I'll say 2, 3, 4, right? Anything you can, whatever thing you want, you can write inside this array. And then what you can do, we can use here for, and then I'll say where any variable you can write, where let's say a, and here you can write in, right, arr. So and then you can just write log a. Let's see what it is printing here. So we have for, and then inside this we are using in variables. So now it is printing 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. What this 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 is? It is printing index. It is printing index. It's not the value, it's printing index. So suppose instead of writing this thing, I'll write here something some name. Let's say US, UK, India, right? Like this way. Then if you run, it will just print index 0, 1, 2, 3, right? This index it will print normally. So in we are using to get the index. get the index value. And suppose I just wanted to get the exact value, then what I'll write ARR, and inside this I will write A. So this A is behaving as index, so it will print now our actual data. UK, US, right? Whatever thing is written here, it will print this data. So we have one thing is we can use in to print. Then we have another way is I can directly use of. So I'll say for where, and instead of using A, let's use some other variable B of ARR. And then if I will write here log, so what it will be, then in this B, we will have data itself. Let's see. It's directly printing data. So we use in to get the index, and we use of to get the value, directly value. Right? So this is about the for, in, and of, but we need to understand more about array concept. Do you have any question? Are you able to get this, right? So these for in and for of you will only see in JavaScript, correct? So suppose someday if you want to learn Java or any other language, then these things will work. But for in and for of is only applicable for JavaScript. I mean JS related things, JavaScript, Node.js, Angular, these all places it will work. Because at the back end, we are using JavaScript only. Correct? Now we will see about array concept. So can we proceed further? Do you have any question?
I have one small question that hello,
Yeah, go ahead.
like now in the arrays, like in the ARR array, like we mentioned all those names, but in the for loop we were writing like for A in ARR and for B of ARR. What's that A and B in that for loop?
It's just a variable. So suppose instead of A, I'm writing, let's say, object, obj. Right? So this obj you can write here at the same time. You can write here anything, x, y, z. This is just, suppose this is one array. Once we loop, it will pick the first data. And you have to store this first data somewhere, right? So that is what we have. This is kind of placeholder that we get. It will get the first data. We are storing here. And then it is working in that way. So kind of it is doing like this way. So once we will loop this data in first iteration, it will print this one. First data, that means this data will go in this variable and print it. Now in since this is loop, so in next iteration it will automatically pick this one and it will give to xyz. Then in third iteration it will pick this and it will give to xyz, and we are printing it. So this value is nothing but just a placeholder. The only thing is here in case of in, it will pick the index. So index is 0, 1, 2, and so on. So if you are iterating using in, it will return index 0, 1, 2, and then this index we are using here. So I'll explain this array concept, but right now you can say this is placeholder. Correct? So let me show you here. So what we can do, we can create here one more file which is called array, and I'll say array demo.js. In this one, we will focus on array concept. So array is nothing but it is used to store data simultaneously, right? Means suppose if you need to create, if you will create variable, let's say I'll say where a equal to 5, where b equal to 6, where C equal to 7. Let's say you have this value. Now what will happen in memory? Actually, it will create three variables, three placeholder. One is this is A, right? In some place it will create B inside RAM, inside memory, right? In some place it will create C, and then it will store this value 5, 6, right? 7. Now suppose if you need to store 100,000 data, then you can't create like this way, right? You can't create variables like this way. What you have to do, you have to create array. So for that, I'll just say ARR equal to, and inside this, I will just store here 5, 6, 7. Now, once you do, right, this will, the change happened in memory is these data will be stored in one place, and it will be like this way. So we have here 5, 6, and then 7. And it will start from 0. Index will be 0, 1, 2. And the name of this complete array is ARR, as we have written here. ARR. Sorry. ARR. Right? So this one name will be ARR. So now the benefit here is these all data is stored in one place. This is in memory, which is good thing. We can access directly through index. And suppose now if I want to print something, let's say I wanted to know what is the value at index 1. So I'll just write here ARR 1. Sorry, ARR 1. 1. This ARR 1 means I am saying get me value at index 0. So it should return 6. So if I will run now, let's say, let me write CLS. I'll say here node ARR demo. You can see I'm getting value 6. Because at index 1, we have 6. At index 2, we have 7. But what will happen if I will write index 5, which is not available? In that case, you will get unidentified, undefined output, because this 5 is not defined here. You will get undefined. If you are writing any index which is out of the box, right, out of memory or out of the box, then you will get undefined here. So you have only 3 possible value. You can write either 0, 1, or 2 for that array. Now you have option to check the length also. So we have length method. If you will use array.length, it will tell you how many elements are available in this array. So here it is saying 3. We have total 3 elements available in this array. And there are a lot of functions available that you can use. First function is you can just use loop, right? And using loop you can print all. So I can just start for where, and anything you can write obj, and then I'll use of ARR. So in this case, what will happen? I can directly print all the data obj. Save it, and then if I will run, you can see it is printing 5, 6, 7. First 3 is length, right? Here from here we are printing length, but using of I am able to print all the data from the array. Right? So most of the time, whenever we are iterating, we iterating through of condition, of, for, and of. If you use for in, then it will print the index 0, 1, 2. Correct? So this is one thing that we should know, that we have length. We can get to know that how many elements available. Then we have for loop, which will print all the data. We can also use in, and then you have to use this one by one to print the data. Correct? Then apart from this, we have a mechanism to add and remove data from the array also. So suppose here we have inside this array, we have added 3 elements. If you will see, initially we have array, and in this array we have total 3 elements, 5, 6, 7. Now we have mechanism to add data also. So what I can do, we have array dot push. We have push available, and in this push, let's say if I'm doing 8, then what will happen in this array? 8 will be inserted, and then let's print again. So print again and see. Now you can see initially we have 5, 6, right? Even if you want directly, you can print ARR just to see whether what all data you have available. So instead of printing this, I can just say log and ARR. It will print in array format. You can see it is printing just in array format. Whatever data we have in this array, it will print it. So now you can see we have 5, 6, and 7. Correct. So initially we have 5, 6, 7, and now we have 5, 6, 7, 8. Always remember this push function will insert data at the end of the array. Okay? So now what happened, once we have added this push, it will create one more bucket here and it will insert 8, right? And then index is 3. This is how push function works. Push will always insert at the end. Correct. Now suppose if you need to insert something at the beginning, then what you will do? So for that, I think we have array dot unshift. We have a function unshift, and it will insert at the beginning. So let's say I am writing here at any value 10, and then I'm just going to show you whether it is inserted or not. So array again, let's run it. So now if you will see, earlier we have 5, 6, 7, 8. Then this unshift is inserted one element at the beginning, 10, and then we have 5, 6, 7, 8. So to insert, so it will do insert at the end, and here this unshift will do insert at the beginning, right? Beginning. So if you want to store something at the start, then you can use unshift method. And then we have few functions to remove, right? So to remove element, we have array dot pop. So if you want to remove something, right, we can use pop function to remove. We can use pop, and we can say here log, and inside this array. I'm just again printing array. We have done pop, so it will return one element from the end. So let's say this one. So we had this thing 10, 5, 6, 7, and 8. We have done here pop. What it is doing, it is removing the last element. Now final array we have is only this one. So you can write pop multiple times. So if I'll do again pop, right? So I have removed 3 times. So last 3 will be removed. And then finally we have only 10 and 5. Right? So we have here push function will insert at the end. Pop function will remove at the end. To remove at the end, pop function. Now if we need to remove something from the beginning, then we have, I think, shift function. So let me try arr dot shift. A few functions available, you just need to remember, and then I'll say log arr. Let's run. You can see shift function removed the first element, and then final element we have available is only 5. So pop will remove from the end, and shift function will remove from the at the beginning. All right, we have few more functions available. Let's say if I need to insert something in between, right, then what we will do, right? So we have other functions available, Splice, right? So those things we will see Then we have a sort function available which will sort the data. So tomorrow also we will focus on array concept, and tomorrow also we will spend some time on JavaScript only. Now we have a few more methods. For example, suppose we have one array, and in this array, let's say I'll write here country, or countries equal to. I just wanted to store few elements here. So I'll say, let's say US, UK, India, France. So we have these data. Now what I want here is I want to get few elements. For example, I want to extract few elements from the array. Then we have method which is called slice method. So what I can do, I'll write here. I can directly print, or I can store, let's say, sub country, any method, and I'll write here countries dot splice. Sorry, slice. So this slice method here, you have to provide a start index and end index. So a start index is I wanted to say, okay, just a start from 1 and at 2. So now, I mean, a start index and end index, or it is saying end index, correct? So let's say here I have written 1 means it will start from 0, 1. Index always starts from 0. So whenever you are writing 1, that means it will treat as this element 0, 1. So if I will run now, you can see, okay, so I'm not printing now. So after that, I'll just do log and sub country. So now after that, if I will print it, you can see we get only UK, because we are saying that start from UK, correct, and index 2. So whenever you will write index, it will be index minus 1. The last index will be index minus 1. So actual value is index 1, and then 2 minus 1 is 1. So we are getting only this data. Let's say if I'll say 3, then 3 minus 1, that is 2. So it will go till index 2. So index 2 is 0, 1, 2. Correct? So here 0, 1, 2. Here we have UK and India. It is printing. The only thing is in slice method, it will not modify the original array. Just it will get sub array from there, right? So here we have sub country, so sub array it will get. So slice method we use to get the sub array from there, or if we wanted to extract data from there. Now we have another method, or we can say overloaded function here. So I can directly write here log, and I'll say countries dot slice, and in this slice I can write only a start index. So suppose if I want 0, 1, 2, so if I will write 2, then it will print data from 2 to end. So it will print India and France. If I will run now, you can see now it is printing India and France, because I am saying only a start index. Whatever a start index you will write, it will start printing from there. It will start from 1, and end index is 2. So here you can just say 0, 1. So it will start from UK and end at 2. So we have 0, 1, and 2. So that's why it is printing only these two things, UK and India. If I will write here 4, then it will pick this France as well. So last index means last index minus 1. So if you will see here, it will also say here that whatever index and index is specified in array, this exclusive element at the end, right? So basically it is end index minus 1. Always remember. whenever we are writing a start index and end index. So end index is always -1, whatever thing you will write. Let's say if I will write here 4, then it will be treated as 3. 0, 1, 2, and 3. So it will print UK to UK to France. India, UK, India, and France. Right? Yes, we can add negative number that I wanted to show now. So once you add negative number, then it will start printing from reverse. So I'll show you here. For example, right now we have said we are saying slice 2. That means start from 2, 0, 1, and 2. So it is printing India and France here. But if I will write here slice -2, then what will happen? It will start from left. It will start from right to left. And start, yeah, we can do that. There is no problem. We'll see that. So here, if I will run, now you can say it is printing India and France, -2. That means it will start from left, right? Sorry, it will start from right to left. So -2 means it will, this is -1 from left, from right, -1. This is -2. So that's why it will start from -2 and it will go end. Now, if you see about this one, right? Let's say I'll write here 1 and then -1. So I am saying start from 1, that means here, and go at -1. Let me check what output we will say in this case. So UK and India. So I am saying start from 1 and go at -1. So always remember, whatever thing you will write, it will be -1. So and index is by default we have written -1, and rule says that whatever you will write and index, it should be and index -1. So minus minus plus, so that means it will be -2, and -2 is India. So here we have, it is, that's why it is printing UK and India in this case. So you can write this, but negative value as well as per your requirement. The only thing is this slice method will not modify the original array. It will be the same array. Yeah. So mostly we use this, one method is called slice and another method is a splice. So we have two methods. One is slice and another method is a splice. So this is slice method. Let me just comment it to you. If I will just write log -1 -1, yeah, what output we will get from here? -2, correct? So -2, if you will write, then let's say here this is 1 and then -1. So internally, what it will do, whatever thing we have written -1, it will just add -1, and the final index is -2. So if you will write here -2, just I am explaining it. So okay, or let me write here in this way. So now it is 1 and then -2. So it is saying that 1 is 0, 1. So it will start from 1, and -2 means this is -1, this is -2. So it will print UK and India. From left, from right side, if you will go right to left, then it is -1. This is -2. This is -3. This is -2. But if you will see from left to right, then this is 0, 1, 2, and 3. Right? That's why we get here India, UK, and India. You can see we have UK and India. It is printing in that slice method. Right? Now let me go and show you the method which is available. Is called I can directly write we have a splice. So I'll write here. Okay, so let me store some variable. where I'll just say any value. So suppose I'll say A is equal to countries dot splice. So this splice method takes was basically three arguments: start number, delete count, and then end number. So basically it can delete. You can see we have few overloaded function available. One is a start number, delete count. If I'm just pressing down arrow, it is saying a start number, delete count, and then items, and then array of that items. Correct? So we'll see that what actually it will do. It will modify the original array as well. Slice method, a splice method. So suppose if I need to write here 0, so I am saying start from 0, and then I am saying 1. That means if you will write here only two parameter 0 and 1, it is saying the number of elements to remove. Start from 0, and then how many elements you want to delete. So I am saying one element, or let's say I am saying two elements. Then it will delete 0, 1, right? These two elements will be removed. And then finally I'll check here log A, and then I'll say log country. Two things I'm checking: which all data is removed, and then what is the final array we have. So here it is saying UK and US, US and UK is removed. US and UK removed, and then final array that we have is India and France only. If I'm printing country, now we have only India and France. These two elements removed. So a splice will actually modify the original array. Correct? It will get, if you write splice 02, it will get the removed data as well, similar to slice. If you write here 0 and 2, the only difference is in slice we are writing end index, but here in splice it's not end index, it's number of element. I am just put here a start index and number of element. For example, let's say I'll say here a start index is 1. That means I am saying from here remove two elements. So UK and India will be removed. The final output will be US and France. US and France. This is the final. So a splice mostly we use to modify data, to update data, right? Suppose I need to insert something, then also I can use a splice method. If I just want to delete data, then so there are scenarios. Sometimes what we want only to get data, right? We don't want to delete it. But sometimes we need, okay, just modify it and then send whatever data we have. In that case, we should use a splice method. It actually modify the data. So you can see if I'm not printing here, then if I'm only printing country, slice 1, 2, then what happens in final array? We have US and France only. This is our main array. It removed these data, and then final output we can see is only US and France. Rest other data is deleted methods to reduce the line of code, number of lines. So here if I need to delete, let's say 5 elements together, right? We don't have option to delete 5. I have to write 3 times pop and pop. It will remove at the end. But if I want directly remove 5 elements, right? We have a splice method, right? It will automatically delete those elements. And this method is very confusing because it can delete data, it can insert also, right? So that's why we are focusing more on this splice method. Correct? So here in splice, it will delete as well as return it, right? Yeah, readability of code, and as well as you have to write less code, and there are a lot of different scenarios. If the same thing you will do in other programming language like Java, you have to write a lot of code to delete element from the array. But in JavaScript, it's very easy. You have to write in one line and then your task will be done. And these things happen because of we have a lot of inbuilt methods available. Correct? So if you will see here, we have this array, original array. A splice, if you write only a start index and number of data to you want to delete. So a start index is 1 and I want to delete two records. These two records will be deleted. Final output you can see US and France. At the same time, once you write a splice, it will return here what exactly they have done. They are saying they have removed UK and US, and that thing you can print and check as well. Yeah. So how many elements it removed and these things you can see. Now, suppose if you have written countries.splice and you are saying, okay, just start from 1, correct, and delete 0 element. If you write here 0, that means it will not remove any element. Let me check what output it will bring here. Log, and then I'll say country. If you will see right now, although it will store here some data. If you check here where A again, A we have created, I'm just storing again, and let's print it. Okay. So, okay, why I have written what's this one? Yeah. So here what I'm trying to do, in this case, we have deleted 2 elements, right? So from here, we have only these 2 things. Now original array is, after writing this line, original array is only US and France. So now, sorry, US is France at this place. Now next thing we are saying, start from 1, 0 and 1 and delete 0 element. That means we are not deleting anything. So what output we can see? It is not deleted anything. You can see A printed here with blank. That means we have not deleted anything. It is just returning it. Now what we can do after this, we can write here whatever thing you want to wear. So suppose I'll say here, let's say Nepal. So what will happen now is, it is saying start from index 1, correct, and delete 0 element. That means we don't need to delete, and just after first element insert this value. You can write here more than one also. So final output you can see we have array US and France. Now after first element we inserted Nepal. If you write here one more country, let's say I'll say here Spain. So what will happen? Spain will be inserted in between. Start from 1 and after that insert these 2 elements. So final output you can see here is we have inserted these elements. So final output I can see this one. So A will not return anything because we have not deleted anything, right? Here A will not return anything since Splice is not deleting anything. Here you can see it's saying 0. It's not deleting anything. What we are doing now, we are just adding these 2 elements at this particular index and from that particular index, right? This is what it is saying. Suppose instead of 0, right, what happens if I will write here 1? That means I am saying now remove 1 element. Save it and run it. Now what it is doing, original array we have is US and France. Correct? Now after here we are saying start from 1 and remove 1 element. So you can see it removed France and then insert all these things. So Nepal and Spain insert here. So the final output we can see is US, Nepal, Spain. France is removed. Correct? This is how basically we are writing. So if you pass here, the main thing that you need to remember is in a splice, the second parameter, count is 0. That means we are only inserting. Count is 1 or more than 1, more than 0. That means that number of element we are removing from there. Yeah. So this is one thing that we need to remember here in Splice. Splice is used to insert as well as remove also. Then why is India disappearing? Where is India is disappearing because you can see we have already written splice 1 and 2, right? After this, since as I said that splice method will modify original array, and here in this line number 30, you can see splice 1 and 2. That means here I am saying delete 2 elements from 1. So here 0, 1. Now these 2 element is removed, right? We have only US and France, and once we print, you can see now original array is only US and France. And then what we are doing, we are saying okay, now insert Nepal and France in between. That means these 2 element is replaced with Nepal and Spain, correct? So the final output you see here is US, Nepal, France, Spain and France, right? UK and India is replaced with Nepal and Spain. If you just comment this line, then you will see output different. So now original array is US, UK, India, France that we are printing here. This is original array. After that we are doing that, we are saying that okay, insert is Nepal and Spain at index 2 here, not remove but insert here. So US, Nepal, Spain is inserted, and then already we have UK, India and France. So here we are just inserting it, correct? So suppose if you will write here 2, that means now we are saying 0, 1 and this is 2, right? So start from here and insert it. So after UK, it will insert Nepal and France. 0, 1, 2, right? So it will start inserting from index 2 and insert these elements. But at the same time, if I'll mention here 2 or 1, we'll say 1, that means delete 1 element. The original array is this. Now start at index 2, 0, 1 and 2. That means this is 2 second. I mean index 2. Remove 1 element, that means remove India, and then insert these things. So if I will run now, you will see India is removed from here. If I will write one more element 2, that means now 2 elements will be removed. India and France will be removed. Okay. Now you can see India, France removed because we have said 2 elements and start from index 2. If I will say start from index 0, that means first 2 elements will be removed. Yeah, you can see this is original. So Nepal, US and UK removed. Now we have Nepal, Spain, India and France. Just play with this, right? A splice method is very, versatile method, and you have to practice is to remember proper concept. Right? This is number of element to delete. Correct? So I'm saying here 0, 0. That means I don't want to delete anything. Just insert Nepal and space at the beginning. So Nepal and Spain added, and rest other thing is already there. So this is how we write here. Hope this thing is clear, right? Okay. Next thing that we need to see here is okay, this, yeah, CLS. So next thing is, after going through this thing, let me just comment it. We have this array, right? We have few method. I mean one method I'm remembering is join method. Let me show you. So I'll just write here console.log, and in this log I'll have countries dot join. So this method, what it will do, it will not pass anything. Then it will convert your array to a string. So final output you can see is Yeah, just this one, right? So let me just comment above one. So if we can see here, original array is log, and I'll say only countries. And then what I'm trying to do here is original, this is one array. If you see this braces, right? This braces says this is array. And we are just converting this array into a string format. This is one single string. So most of the, sometimes we have to do this thing. If we get array and we wanted to convert it to a string format, not only to convert, we want to change this delimiter, right? You can see we have comma. So instead of comma, I want something else. That thing you can find. So suppose instead of comma, I want pi, right? Then final output, you will see that comma will be replaced with pi. If you want something else, let's say hyphen, you can do this thing. Why we need this? So sometimes what we do, we want is whatever data we get, we parse that data, parse that array, and convert it into a string, and then pass it to some other method. Right? That method only accept a string type format, so you can convert through join method, and that's why this join method is also very important. Yeah? This thing you have to remember. So join method is also very important once you work with real-time project. So you have to deal with this sometimes. Whatever delimiter you will write with a space, or whatever thing you will do, it will just do that thing. US this thing, right? Save. So it will show this format. Correct. So we have this thing, and then we have one more method which is called concat method. So what this concat method will do is it will add two array. I mean merge two arrays. So suppose if I'll just write here, this is one array, right? And let's put here one more array. Let's say I'll say country 2. And in this country, I am writing only, let's say, suppose we have China, right? So we have two country also there. That means we have two arrays, and I want to combine it. So how we will do? We can use we can use where I'll say, let's say x equal to countries dot concat, and inside this I'll pass countries 2. So what it will do, in this variable x, we will have combination of country 1 plus country 2. So this is merge, right? So to merge two array, we can simply write concat method. Concat 1 and country 1 dot concat country 2. And this data you will get combination of both. This is concat method. Correct? So we have one is concat method which can combine, right? Merge two arrays. So I'll say merge array. Concat is used to merge array, and then we have one method is called index of and include. Let me show you that also. So suppose if we have this array and we wanted to search something. So let's say I'll say log, and we have here countries dot index of, and in this method you can just pass particular country name. So suppose I'll just say India. If it will match, then it will return the index of that particular country. So it is saying index 2, that means this India is available in this array, and index is 2, 0, 1, 2. Suppose if it will not match, then it will return -1. So suppose I'll write normal, a small India, right? A small letter. And if I will run, it will say -1. That means it is not matching. It's case sensitive actually. Correct? So we have one method is index of, which is frequently we are using. Another method is what we say, include. So I'll write here countries dot includes, and here we can just pass let's say India. So the difference between include and index of is index of will return numeric index, includes will return true and false. If it will match, it will say true, else it will say false. Here it is matching, it is saying true. So in that array we have a lot of method available. Correct? We can just navigate and say that. Yeah. Any question? One method is important that might you have to use, which is filter method. Yeah. Let me explain one more method we have. So these method, whatever method I'm explaining right now, must remember, right? These things will help you while writing AngularJS code or React.js code. Index of, include, concat, slice, splice, right? Push, pop, these all methods are very important. Remember that, right? Now we have one more method which is called filter method, right? So let me show you that. So we can say where result equal to, now we have these countries, I can do filter. We have filter, and in this filter you can just pass here some object. So I'll just say object, and in this object we can do filtering. So suppose I'll say object dot, right? So suppose I want since this is a string type value, so we can't do much, but let's say I'll say object dot index of, right? Filter anything which is or just write here object dot. So basically this is pure string value, right? So I'm not able to perform here filter. So basically we can do normal filter that okay, if object yeah contains, maybe I can use this object dot includes, and here I'll say few words, which is saying, let's say if it includes you, right, then return all the values. This might be one use case, and I'll simply say log result. So if I'll run now, you can see we have this long list array. In this array we performed filter, and why we have done filter, because we want that any country which contains capital U should return the output. So here only we have US and UK contains capital U. If you want something else, maybe A or any value, right? Suppose I'll say A. Any country which contains A value, right? Return that. So here India and France is only which has A. So this filter mostly we use whenever you will create search box, right? Or search box. You just need to pass your input, and based on that it will filter. So right now we have A matches two places. Now let's say I'll say IA. Now it will match only one place. So we get only India. This type of thing you can do. So any character you will write, it will match and it will return data. So we have this filter method. You can, if we have number, then you can just write object is greater than equal to or less than equal to whatever thing we have. we can directly apply filter on that particular part. So the way to write filter method is you just need to pass object any value you can write, and then maybe India. This is called predicates. So you can write P, then here also you have to use P, and write whatever logic you want to write here. It will filter based on that. So that's why this filter method is important. Right? Whether you learn other thing or not, but you should learn filter method, which is very important. Apart from this, we have few methods related to array, because most of the thing why I am focusing here array, because most of the time you have to deal with array only. Whenever we work with front end, you will get data in array format and you have to deal with array only most of the time. That's why we have lot of methods available. So now we have this thing available, we have this array, right? We have one method which is used to sort the data. So I'll say here, let's write default sorting. So I'll say here countries, and then I want to sort it. So I'll write here, let's say sorted country. Sorted country is equal to, so we can apply here countries dot sort. Simple. We have countries dot sort. What it will do, it will sort it, and then if you will print again log sorted countries, you will see output will be in sorted format. Here we have, earlier we had US, UK, India, and then now we can see we have France, India, UK, US. F will start first, then I, and then U, and then here, right? UK and then US. So we have sort method which will simply sort it. Then we have one more method which is called reverse, which will simply reverse it. Reverse order. It will sort in reverse order. Reverse. So just it will sort in reverse order. So we can say UK, US, UK, India, and France. US, UK, India. So it is already in reverse order. So let's put maybe this thing first. Correct? So now if I will run again, you can say initially this is, I'll say here default sort. Maybe I'll say default sort plus, and after that we can say this inside. So I'll just print default sort. We have US, UK, India, France. Now after doing sorting, France will come first. After doing reverse sorting, we have US, UK, India, and then it will go last one is France. Correct? So this is how you can do reverse and then this one. So one problem is, while we do sort, right, we can customize this sort as well. How we will do? So suppose if we have, let me give you another problem. Suppose if I have, let's say, I'll say where ARR equal to some number data, right, numerically. So I'll say 5, 10, minus 3, 2, minus 5, right, 20, 40, right, something like this kind of data we have. And then I wanted to apply sorting. So before sort, I'll just print here ARR, and then I'll do where sort ARR equal to dot sort. Suppose I'm just doing sorting and then I'll print it. So I'm just showing you one problem that we will see here. Let me first clear it, CLS, and here I'll say node, or I'll just press after here. So ARR is not defined. Okay. If you will see here, initially we have this value, right? 5, 10, 20, 5, 10, minus 2, minus 5, then 20, and then 40. once we have performed array.sort, what happened? It is writing -2 -5, right? Which is wrong. It should come first -5, then it should come -2, and you can see 15 is at the end of 40. That means this sort is not working. Why? Because this sort is internally doing sorting on a string. It is converting this data into a string and then it is sorting. So now how we will fix this? If we get this problem, then how we will fix it? In interview, mostly they ask this question. They will give you this problem, and then if you will just perform, just apply array.sort, your output will not be same, and then you will be rejected. So how we will fix this? For that, you have to customize this sort. So in this sort method, you can just pass any predicate, p, anything. Usually we use p word, p letter, and then I'm saying here that p. So I just want to do ascending order, right? And this is sorting. So I'll say p1, p2, and here I'll say p1 minus p2. Let's see. Okay, let's put it in brackets, and after that, run it. If you will see here, what I have done here, this is actually ES6 latest version of JavaScript. So here the rule is we have sort function. Inside sort, you can just pass one parameter. If we have only one element, then we can directly run it. But if we have more than one, for example, if you will see in this filter, right, we have only one parameter, then directly we can pass. But if you are passing more than one, then before this arrow function, you can put braces and pass here two variable p1, p2, any name you can write. And here what I am doing, p1 minus p2. That means one by one, it will pick first element and it will try to subtract, and then it will arrange in that way. So now final output you can see is sorted in properly, right? -5, -2, 5, 10, 20, 40 properly. Now if you want to do the reverse, then to make it reverse, you just write here p2 minus p1, and then final output, if you will see, it will be in reverse order. Code is same, everything is same. You don't need to use reverse function. Using sort only, you can do reverse as well. Just write value 2 first, p2 minus p1. It will sort the data. Correct? So this way we do this thing. Sort. Correct? We can create object and we can sort object also, but using this way. Right? So object means right now whatever thing we have seen, this is just an array. We can create object as well. And how we will do that? So for object, you can just write here var obj, any variable name you can write equal to, and then start writing inside this curly braces. If you write anything in curly braces, this is object. If you write anything in this capital braces, this is array. Right? This is object. I'll say object. And if you write something, let's say something in this one, this is array. We have two things. This one is array, this one is object. So inside object, whenever you will write anything, you have to always write in key value pair. In object, you have to write in key and then value pair. It is sorting in all the elements, correct? It doesn't matter what you have written inside. It will sort. The only condition is the number or whatever data available here, that should be, number type, so that this minus will perform again, right? For other thing, we can directly reverse through that index or something, right? You get this, right? So now suppose if we have some some object available, or these objects available inside array, and we wanted to sort it, then how we will do? So we have to use the same function, right? Suppose let me create one object. One object means, let's say this is a student one. I'll write a student one data, and for this student one, I'll write here few objects, right? Let's say, let me just cut it from here and paste somewhere here. This is object. Now for a student one, I wanted to keep let's say name, right? And I'll say name is Chandan, right? This is our first record, right? Then second record is age. I'll say, let's say 20, right? So similar to that, you can store all the information of a student one, right? And then I'll say country. Country is, I'll say India. Now I have created one object. Similarly, you can create another object, S2, right? S, and then here you can write another name. It's a noun, and then I'll say 15, and here I'll say UK. And what you can do, these objects you can put in array. So we have this array O, so I'll say O dot push S1, O dot push S2, S2. So if you will see now, if I will just do console.log, O means array. We have, I'll say maybe is, I'll say students. Right? Just I'll make it like this way. Students. This is our array. I'll just write here O dot this, and then here O dot push student 2, and finally I'm printing it. So if I will print now, how you will see it? Push, okay, only push, right? And then if I will see, so in this one here it is printing, right? This one in this array. Now instead of number, normal number, we have one object. In this array we have added one object and then another object. Now suppose I need to perform sorting on this object, then how we will do that? Let me just comment the previous one so that it will only show this thing. So now in this array we have two objects, name this one and then name this, with all complete information of particular student. Now if I need to do sorting based on age, then how we will do? So we can simply write this thing, right? So we can say sorted students equal to, I'll say students dot sort, and here I need to pass two parameters. So I'll say, let's say p1 comma p2, and then I will use arrow function, and here I just need to write, suppose I need to sort based on age, and age in number type. So I'll write p1 dot age minus p2 dot age. That's it. Data will be sorted here, and if I will print now log, and then I'll say here sorted students, save it. So now you can see, earlier we had this one where age is 20 and age is 15. So now you can see age is 15 and 20. So this complete object is sorted here. Correct? So this is how you can do this. Yeah. Now suppose if you need to do the same thing, and one more thing I just need to see. If I want to sort based on name, so I'll write here p dot name, and here also p dot name, but this minus will not work. Here I have to dot what is this, compare. Yeah, so we have to use this local compare. It determines whether two string equivalent or not, and it is returning number type. right? So we can use this compare, and here I can pass the another object. The only thing is this one we use we have a string type data. So this means we are just trying to do ascending order by name. So you can see Chandan is coming and then Ram is showing later. If you want to do descending order, just change this one P2, and here we can write P1. So now this one will sort in descending order by name. You can see by name. So we have single thing, right? Sort, and in this single sort method, you can pass different input, and based on that, it will sort it. You don't need to write long code, right? It's simple thing. So here we have ascending. I can write like home copy. So this is sorting. I'm writing P2 first, right? That means this is BESC by name, right? If I will write again, and I'll say P1 first and then P2, then that means what I'm trying to do, ASC ascending order by name, right? And if I'll do something like this, right? Let me write again, and I'm not using local, but I just wanted to do here P1 dot age minus P2 dot age, simple age that we have seen in first example. This is ASC by age, because age is number type. Similarly, you can do this. So we can write multiple logic, sorting logic. So if you will see these kind of things we have to do, right? Most of the time, once you see website, right, you can say sorted table table HTML, right? Sorted HTML sort table. So in that sort table, you will see a many example where we have sorting on each column. So for example, in this one, you can see if I press the up arrow, it will sort ID by ascending order, down arrow, it will sort by descending order, first name, age, right? These sorting applied. But how we will do this thing? For that, you have to write this logic internally, right? If we get ascending, if input we get age by ascending order, you can apply this logic. If we get descending order, just change it. Will modify it and it will show. And it will not update the original array as well. Hope you are able to get this basic JavaScript, right? The object and this thing, right? This part is very important. Just try to work on this. Try to create the same program.
In JavaScript, we can create function as well. For example, whatever thing right now we have seen, in this one, we are not creating any function. We are directly writing programs, if you will see here. So what we can do, we can create function as well. For example, let's say if I will write here function and I'll say hello, correct? And then I can just say console.log, and here I'll say welcome to JS. So now this is not a function we have created. So we can create function using keyword function along with name, and then we can do braces. So here this is without any parameter. Now if I will run this particular program, you will not see any output. Reason is that we are not calling function. It's just a declared function, but we are not calling it. So let's say if I write node function.js. So in output, you can see we are not getting anything in output. Let me change command prompt to okay. So we have, let me close this. Yeah. So if I will write node and then function, so you can see we are not getting anything. Why? Because we have not called this function. We have just created it, but we have not called. So to call it, we can simply write here hello. So we have declared function, and then here we are invoking it. So now if I will run, you can see we get output welcome. So this is how generally we create function in JavaScript. We can do parameterized as well. So let's say I can say where x, let's say if I'll just create function name, something like calculator. Yeah. So I'll say here where x, where y. I'm just passing here two variables, where x and y. Where is not allowed. Okay. All right. So in JavaScript, let it be just we can pass here values. So let's say I'll say x and y. Correct. So basically, what we are trying to do, we have here passed two value x and y, and then what we can do, we can just maybe print it or we can perform something. So what I'll do, let's say I'll store here where result equal to x plus y. Let's say I'm just adding it here, x plus y. And then one way is I can just um, print here itself. So I'll say result. And in this one, we can pass the parameter. So I'll say 10 and 20. Now in this case, what will happen? If I will run, you will see output. Oh, sorry. It's now changed to calculator. So we have to write here calculator. And then if I will run, you will see output 30. Correct? Because we have passed here 10 and 20 value, and this will accept here, and after that we can just print it. So now this is one way to declare function. Another way is what we can do, we can, instead of printing here, we can return it as well. Correct? So how we will return it? So instead of printing, we can simply say return result. But in this case, if I will run now, you will not see any output. So in JavaScript, you can write anywhere, it will put that, it will also do the same thing. I'll explain that, I'll come to that part. And since JavaScript is automatically doing that thing, that's why. So in other language, we have to pass. For example, if you are using Java or any other language, we have to pass, but here we are not passing. Directly we are writing. Yeah. So without anything, we can just pass. Although if you will write here, it will give us error, right? That this is not allowed. You can see type is not allowed here. Correct? So why I'll explain in next also, because in latest ES6 they have changed something in this one. So I'll explain that. Here in JavaScript we are not passing it. We are not declaring any particular type, since where itself is not of fixed type, right? We can have, if you are writing where x, that means that x can accept any kind of data type. So in function we are directly passing the value without any type declaration. All right, so now here we have calculator, we have calculated it and then returning it. So whenever you create function, and if you found in that function you are returning something, then you have to store it, or you can directly print it. Suppose if I'll write console log, I can directly print the value from here. You can see we get 30, or you can just store somewhere and then print it. Now this line I can write on top also. Function I can declare later, and I will call this method first. Then also it will work. It doesn't matter where you have declared this function. In first line you are directly calling it, but internally it will call the function. So what happens internally, whenever you write any function or variable, internally JavaScript put all the functions on top, all the function and variable on top. And this is called a concept called a hosting. Right? This concept is called a hosting, where all the functions and variable declared will be added on top internally, whether you add it or not. So here we can see that we have one function and then we can call it. Now in JavaScript, since here in this calculator we are expecting two value, but if you will not pass second value, then also it will work, right? Although the function that we are doing, right, might give error, but the thing is not a number, right? Second one is saying not a number. So suppose if I just wanted to print it, right, let me just show you how, if it is just to print it. The thing is, let me here write what all things we get. So I'll write here log. If I will just write here x and then plus space plus y, whatever thing we get, I'm just printing it. Now if we will see here, I get 10 and then another one I get is undefined, but it will not give you error. Reason is, in JavaScript, this is intelligent enough that if you pass one variable, which is also okay, if you pass two, then also it is okay. But two, you will get undefined. For the second one, you will get undefined. Now in latest JavaScript, we have option. We have optional thing in function as well. So suppose you want that by default you pass 0. So if user will not pass the second parameter, then by default should take default value. So instead of printing undefined, you can print default value. You can use default value. So you can see 10 and then 0 and output we get 10 because it is performing calculation. Now if you pass the another parameter, then this one will take, instead of y 0, it will take 20. So this part is very important. So you can see that 10 and 20. So final output you get is 30. So this is default value. If you will not pass anything, it will take default value. So at least your operation, whatever thing you are performing, it will not give you error. Correct? So hope you are getting it right. Now same thing you can do by storing it in variable, right? So but before that, let me change it. So this is one way to declare function. Another way is what you can do. Let me just comment it. Another way is you can just change it to ES6 way. And how we will do? Let me write here. So we have of so we have to just write here where calculator equal to, and here I'll pass value x and y. Let me just convert it, and then we can use arrow function, and in this arrow function whatever thing we wanted to do we can perform here. For example, we wanted to do these two things, so we wanted to write it, then we wanted to return it. So in this case, if you will see, we are just creating function like this way and passing two variable, and here we have calculator. Let's check and see, we get 30 still, right? So this is this type of thing we write, like here you can see parameter passing, correct? This is called basically ES6. This one introduced in ECMAScript 6, and these things is older way to write program, but nowadays we are writing in this format. So to understand this, you can use any variable name, or you can say just this is function name, and you can write equal to, and here you can just pass value. So now here also you can make it default. So if you will not pass, then it will be default value. It will call the default value. Now you can see we are getting 10 because by default y is 0. So it is adding 10 plus 0, and then final output is 10. So optional value also you can pass, and you can create like this way any function. Yeah. So are you getting it? Even you can convert this and store it in a variable. For example, we can write this. Let me show you. This is a function. If I'll just say, instead of writing here calculator, right, I'll just cut it. We have this function, and I'll say where calculator, sorry, where calculator equal to this. Let's see if it is working or not. Yeah. So we have two ways. One is this one, and another one is this one. This is older way, right? We can just change the name, calculator 1, and this is calculator, right? So this format is ECMAScript 6, where we have completely removed this word function. And whenever you will remove this word function, you have to use arrow function. So I am just deleting this function, and then I'll put here this arrow function. Everything is same, just they have removed unnecessary thing. So if you will see, this one will also work, right? Because instead of printing, I'm adding it into variable. So in ECMAScript 6 or latest version of JavaScript, they have removed this unnecessary thing, unnecessary keyword function. And when you are removing, then you have to use arrow function like this way. Remove it and then use arrow function. So whenever you are going to convert older way function to ECMAScript, you have to think in that way only, that there should not be any name, any keyword. You have to use name as a variable, and then use arrow function to calculate the same thing. Correct? So this is basically called a function in JavaScript. So most of the time we use function to perform a required thing, right? So you have to create function in this way, and then use it in your program. Correct? So we will see these things once we reach to Angular. All right. So our next thing is, yesterday we were seeing about objects, right? You can see we created here one object, correct? So yeah, since we already discussed about this object, what next? Next thing that we can see, few more things from ECMAScript, which is we have operator, right? In ECMAScript, it introduced two operators. For example, let me write here PS6 operator .js. What I'm trying to explain here is that in ECMAScript, we have few things introduced. So suppose if we have one array, I'll say where arr equal to, and here I'm writing in this array, let's say I'm writing India, US, UK. So now for now I'm just adding India, UK, US, right? And in ECMAScript basically, or latest version of that, we have a keyword which is called three dots, dot dot dot, and then we can say array. So you can apply this on array. We have triple dot and then array. So once you will do what this triple dot will do, it will convert this array and it will print one by one all the elements. So now I need to write here node, or let's say CLS node PS6. You can see India, US, UK. So one by one, this is called a spread operator. This is called SPREAD, spread operator. So this spread operator will get one by one all the value and print it. So final output you can see India, UK, US, whatever thing we have written here. Correct? So this triple dot, right? So what it will do? It will do one by one. It will print all the values. Correct? So this one is just like equivalent to, you can say first it will take India, then comma, it will take another one which is US, then it will say another one UK. Kind of this thing is doing. If you run now, you can see, so a spread operator will spread it into three parts. That's it. Right? Both are equivalent. Now suppose you have created one more array where arr2 equal to, and in this array you have written few more things. Let's say I'll say Nepal, and then I'll say France. Now what you want to copy data from array 1 to array 2. So what you can do here, you can use let's say I'll say array 3 equal to, so what you can do inside this array, you can write dot 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 arr comma arr2. So now, sorry, dot 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 arr2. So I have just created one more array variable, and then what I am doing, I am copying array 1 data, then array 2 data here, arr2. So in final array, if I will write here log arr3, you will see we have combined data from array 1 and array 2. If you need to merge two array, you can just use this spread operator. Correct? Not only that, you can directly write here also. So I can just do triple dot array comma this. That means first I am doing a spread operator, and then I am adding more value here also. And then in next array, I am just again adding array 2. So in this array now you can see we have these values available. Right? It's not in two column, but it's all in one row only. Right? India, US, UK, India, right? US, UK, Nepal, France. All the things. So first it will print these three value, and then here we are doing again these three value with this one. So what I wanted to say, this spread operator you can use along with normal value, and then if you just want to merge two array, then also you can do this thing. Correct? So this is one thing called a spread operator. Any question here? So whenever we learn about a spread operator, this three dots, right? Three dots, usually we called one more thing, which is a spread operator and a rest operator, right? So we have also one more thing which is called rest operator, and rest operator usually we use with parameter. So if we will see here, we have function. So in this function we call rest operator. Let me just create here only to understand. So this one is a spread operator. Now let me show you rest operator. So to understand rest operator, I need to create a function. This is basically, this is already vertical, right? It is just printed here. I mean, okay, so how we will get it vertical? The thing is, this is just printing it, right? Here it printed in this way, but actually it's all in one line only, right? You can consider this in one line only. Right now it is printing because of the less space, or maybe the printing format is changed, but these all things in is available in one line only, right? This is not two line, this is only one line, correct? This is only one line. So if you will reduce here just to value, let's say I'm just deleting few things just to show. Let me check. You can see it's printing in one line only. Due to more value, it is going in two line, but actually it's in one line only. Okay. Now let's create here one function. So suppose I am creating here one function which is called yeah, this is what I explained, why India printing two times. The reason is that in this example we have array 1, correct, and then here we are, so let's just comment this first, correct. Now if I am doing, so I am printing only one time here, right? So if I will go here, right now you can see we have India and then India inside this, right? Because first, in first variable we have three value, India, US, UK. Now whenever I'm creating another array, then first I'm using a spread operator. That means these three value will be copied here. Instead of this one, we will have this thing, correct? And now you can say in array 2 we have India, UK, US, and then Nepal and France. But when I'm creating third array, I am again doing a spread operator on array, and then a spread operator on array 2. That means we will have in third array, we will have this one. First it will put this one, and then it will put this one, correct? So this is the final output. India, UK, US, UK, India, US, UK, and then again we will have India, these things. So it's simple, just we have to see here that if we have a spread operator used, then these value will be copied here, correct? So now next thing is on related to that one also only. So suppose we have here one function, I'll say let calculator, right? It's the same function calculator, and here I am saying that function, and I am using a and then b, and here what I am doing, I am just calculating it. I'll say return a plus b, right? Or whatever argument we get, we just need to print it. Wanted to show, just wanted to print it, cal. Now to call this, I'll just write cal, and here I'll write 10, 20, whatever thing I want, and then sorry, I just need to print it. So I'll say a and then space b. So here what I'm trying to show, that if you will see, it is printing 10 and 20. But sometimes we have requirement that we can have more than one input. Let's say we have a b, I want here c, d, e, f also. Then how you will pass that? Here it will accept only two value. I mean, you can pass one also, but one or two value. But if I need to pass more than one, then how we will do that? So for that we use called another operator, which is called rest operator. It's the same rest operator, three dots. A spread operator is also three dot, but the usage is different, right? Mostly we use for converting array, but here we use a rest operator mostly in function name. So what we will do here, we can just say triple dot, let's say arg argument or any variable name you can write. Now in this argument we will have all the data. So now I can just say arg. In the array format we will get all the data. So if I will run, still you can see we get 10 and 20. Now we don't need to worry about that. We can pass 30, 40, 50, right? This is function, right? In function I am passing this value as a parameter, and these all parameter will be taken care of this rest operator, you can see here. But it will take it array as array input, and then we can get all these value. Yeah, so this is rest operator we usually we use with function, right? You can change this function name as well with the latest version, so you can just use here this way, which is also okay. Remove that function keyword and then you can use it. But sometimes in interview they ask this question, what is the difference between a spread operator and rest operator? Both you can see here is triple dot only, but the difference here is a spread operator we use with array while we wanted to get output, right, one by one. Rest operator we combine all the input and we make one array. So here rest operator is combining, a spread operator is expanding or printing one by one all the records. Any question? So this is about rest and a spread. We have one more thing to know here is in ES6 only we have map, right? So we can say map, or I'll just write collection.js. In this collection.js, what exactly we need to learn, how we can store data. So we have seen that we have array concept, right? We can have here map also. So I can just create one map, like I'll say where you can write any name, map equal to new map. Yeah? So you can see this map is available here. So whenever you will use map, you have to provide two value at a time, key and value. So here I can do map dot set, and inside set I can pass key. So let's say key is I'll say name, and then value is some value. I have given here one name, and similarly I can do multiple, but the only thing is it should be unique. Well, suppose if I'll say here name and then country India, but I am using the same key, right? India, and then here I'll say let's say I'm just trying to store zip value, let me see, or something else. And then if you will print here console.log map, right? I have not changed this key. I just wanted to show you how it will work. So here I'll say node collection.js. So in final output you can see name equal to 1000. What it will do, first it will insert this name equal to Chandan. In next line we will get name equal to India. That means this value will be overridden by this value, then this value. That's why it is saying whenever we use map, key should be unique. So here I'll say country, here I'll say something, let's say salary, anything you can just put here. And then if I will print, now in this one, in this particular map, we can see we have name is associated with this, country is associated with this value, salary is associated with this value. So this is called map, right? So in map, you can store value and then you can print that value as well. Now, currently we are printing directly, right? Object. If you know the key, then you can directly print the values. For example, we have map dot get. We have this get function, and here if you want the country, you can just pass here country. I'll say country. Then what output you will get? Whatever data associated with this country, it will print. So for example, from here it will print India. From this complete map, it will get India and print it here. Map dot get and this one. You want to just check whether that particular key is available or not in map, you can use function has. So suppose if I write map dot has, then it will say whether this particular, let me write again. So has function will say that okay, whether that element is available or not. So we have has, it will check it. You can say it is saying true. That means in the this country key is available here. So it will say true. If you want to something delete it, then you can do that. So map dot delete, and here you can just pass key. So I'll say salary. It will delete this particular entry, and then if you just print here map, you will see output without salary. So you can see now we have only two value. Earlier we had three. Now we have only two. So this one is deleted from there. These all few functions available, and you will see once you will work on that. From there, at that time you will see the usage. But right now you can see that these all things available in JavaScript as well. Then we have size. Yes, so we have size function also available. So I'll just write log map dot size. Right, you can see we have size function. So size function will tell us that how many elements are available here. Only size. Let me write map dot size. It is saying 2. So we can just write here map dot size. It will tell us the size. Now the thing is, if you want to print the complete map, we have input here these value, and I'm instead of logging directly object, you can print it as well. So you can use here for loop. So I'll say for since in this map it contains key and value, right? So I'll say where key and value of map, right? So remember we are using of to get value. So if I'll do of, then it will return this first row, and in first row we have key and value. So I'm just using key and value. You can name it anything, and then if I'll just say console.log, we say see if it is printing or not key, and then a space, I'm saying value. So it is printing this or not. Let's say yes, so it is printing here. We have key value one by one. It is printed all these things. Yeah, this is one way to print. We have one more way, which is called map dot I'll say. So if you will see in this one, we have basically values, right? If you will see key and values, these two functions available here. So if you just want to iterate all these value keys only, then you can use map dot keys, and then I'll say dot for each. We have already available here for each function, map dot keys for each, and then we get element. Just write here log, and then print the element. This one will print all the key from here. For each is not returning iterable any. Okay, Yeah, this is the one. So I'll say map dot keys dot iterable. Okay. Array. Why it is getting array? Let me check. This array, basically it is saying for each you can apply on array, but here keys is not returning array. It's just saying it is iterable, right? Iterable iterator type it is returning. So suppose if I'll just store it somewhere, so let's say I'll say keys equal to this one, and then if I will just print it, console.log, and if I will just print keys, so what will happen now, it will show all the key available. So you can see in my map.iterator we have name, country and salary, all the key it is showing. Then similarly we have values. So if I will write here log, and I'll say map.values, so values will also return, so it will also see now it is returning all the values. Correct. Let me check one thing. Instead of using braces, without braces, what it is printing? Function value, yeah, which is function. That's why we have to use this one. Okay. So we have function which is called keys, and then we have values. So now to work with these keys, ideally that one should work, but it's fine if not printing. Then we can try here for normal for, and inside for I'll say here where let's say key, right? And in this key of map.keys, let me see if it is working or not. So I'll just print here k, although I am using here also, so it will make. So you can see it's printing here one by one. So basically for each, right, inbuilt for each is not working, but here we have normal for each map dot off, right? Off is working. This way you can get all the keys from here, and then we have values, it will get all the values, and then we have this one, right, key and value. You can get all these key and value together as well. So basically most of the time if you get data, right, one is associated with another, in that case we use map, and then we can do this thing. So similar to map, we have one more thing which is called set. So in set basically we use where we wanted to have only what we say unique value. So right now we have seen map, right? So you can create set also, and in that set you will have, so I'll say where, let's say I'll say set equal to new set, and in this set you can just add value, but that value will be unique. So set dot add, and here I'll say let's say 10, copy and paste here. So for example I have added 3 values, but if I will print this set, you will see output has only one value. Yeah, you can see it is printing only one. So this is one thing that to remember, that if sometimes we want unique data, in that case you can use set, and in that set you can pass value or just do whatever thing you want, right? But it will return unique data. Print it, we can simply say where and anything value of, and then you can use of and then write set, and it will print one by one all these values. So most of the time we use of only. Reason is that we want data to print one by one, right? So right now we have only one, so let's put here 20, and then so in set we have 10 and 20, and I'm printing one by one all. Now let me check that set dot for each is working or not, right? For each, and here I'll say any predicate, and then I'll say here log, and I'll just say p. So we have one more thing, which is this one is inbuilt here, which you can do any object, any array dot for each, and it will print data from that array or from that set, right? Same thing I was trying to do with map, but somehow that is not working. Maybe let me try. So we have here map object, correct? In this map object, if I'm writing here map dot for each, now here since we need key and value, so I have to use two parameter, key and value, and then I will use this braces. Only thing we need to remember that if we are passing more than one, we should put this thing in one braces. And then if I will do console.log, here I'll say key plus is plus equal to, just wanted to print this value. Let's see if it's working or not. Yeah, you can see it's printing here. So map one is also working with for each, and you can just pass key and value, it will print similar to this one, set or array. So if we are passing only one element, one value, then we have to only write here one predicates. If we are passing two, for example, in case of map, we have key and value. We have key and then value. That's why here we are writing key and value together. Any question? Why it is printing only 20? Only 20? Where you see only 20, it's 10 and 20. If you will see here, in this case, we have added three values, right? 10, 20, and 10. But due to set nature, right? Set, what it will do, it will remove the duplicate element. For example, we are writing 10 and 20 and again 10. This 10 will be ignored, right? It will not add this 10 inside the set, since this value is already available, correct? That's why you see here 10 and 20 only. We have written two times for each, right? For each and for each. That's why it is, you can see output, we have 10, 20 and 10, 20. But if you will see in set, we have only two values available, 10 and 20. And this 10 and 20 we are seeing because this last 10, the value is already available in set, so it will not print that. It will be simply ignored, that one. About the JavaScript basic function and related things, right? Mostly we have covered almost all the things.